Chapter 643. Black Flames, Exploding Sky. A miserable howl rang out as blood spurted out. A severed arm soared into the sky. Everyone's gazes converged on Feng Xiang, who was currently holding his right arm with his left hand. His right arm was empty, and there was only a bloody wound with blood gushing out from it. Zhuowen's figure flashed, and he was like a fluttering butterfly as he slowly descended. He held the bone spear in his hand, and a cold light flashed on the tip of the spear. Blood slowly dripped down, drenching the ground. This arm is your compensation for speaking rudely to me. I'll let you off this time. If you use your superior attitude to face me again, I won't let you off so easily like today. Zhuowen's cold voice rang out as he glanced at Grandmaster Yanhua with fear. This Grandmaster Yanhua shouldn't be as simple as he had imagined. It wasn't worth it to fight to the death with such a person. Thinking of this, Zhuowen took a step forward, and his figure was like lightning as he dashed out of the crowd. Little bastard, let's see where you can escape to. Die. Grandmaster Yanhua was currently holding back his anger. Li Hu and Li Long were killed in front of him, and Feng Xiang even had an arm severed beside him. He had lost all his face. If he were to let Zhuowen leave this place like this, where'd he put his face? Boom! Grandmaster Yanhua let out a furious roar. Countless black flames surged around him and condensed into countless black flame arrows. They formed a curtain and shot towards Zhuowen's back. The might of this attack was extremely spectacular. It was as if this part of the world was shrouded in darkness. All that could be seen was the countless black flames. Black flames, exploding sky. I didn't expect Grandmaster Yanhua to use such a terrifying secret skill like black flames, exploding sky. Huang Fuzixia, who originally had a cold expression, had a shocked expression on her face at this moment. She was very clear about black flames, exploding sky. It was a terrifying secret spirit skill, and it was the unique skill of the Arcane Guild's second elder, Elder Lu Li. Black Flame Skyburst was actually using a secret technique to conjure black flames using mental strength. Then, with a terrifying pressure, these black flames would be compressed into countless black flame arrows. Borrowing this pressure, these black flame arrows would obtain an extremely terrifying penetrative power. Grandmaster Yanhua had once relied on this secret technique to severely injure a seven-wheel Emperor initial stage practitioner. It was precisely because of this unique secret technique that Grandmaster Yanhua's reputation was so resounding in the imperial capital. Coupled with the reputation of his father, Elder Lu Li, there were not many who did not dare to give Grandmaster Yanhua face. Once Zhuowen's words left her mouth, the surrounding crowd instantly went into an uproar. They had naturally heard of the name of Black Flame Sky Bursting. Because they had heard of it, the gazes that everyone looked at Zhuowen with became a bit of pity. Zhuowen's strength was indeed formidable. Unfortunately, Grandmaster Yanhua had even used a terrifying secret technique like Black Flame Sky Burst that could severely injure a seven-wheel Emperor Ultimate Stage practitioner. This Zhuowen did not have to die for sure. Even if he did not die, he was basically not far from death. At this moment, Zhuowen also felt the terrifying power behind him. A strong sense of crisis welled up in his heart. Looking at the terrifying black flame arrows behind him that were like a curtain of rain, Zhuowen's pupils shrank to the size of needles. I really didn't expect Grandmaster Yanhua to still have this up his sleeve. The mighty black flame arrows behind him almost covered the sky like a dark cloud. He knew that with such a wide range of black flame arrows, even if he opened up 3 pairs of lightning wings, it was unlikely that he would be able to escape from the range of the black flame arrows. Looks like I can only brace myself and fight. Taking a deep breath, Zhuowen twisted his waist. His robes fluttered as he held the bone spear in his hand. His gaze was like a torch. This spear has a soul. It's called Spear Intent. A faintly discernible voice rang out from Zhuowen's mouth. At this moment, Zhuowen was slowly waving the bone spear. His entire body seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. His entire body was erratic. With a swing of the bone spear, a mysterious concept rippled out and spread out. Wave after wave of blue water droplets slowly condensed in the air, covering Zhuo Wen's entire body and hair. The cold blue color actually caused Zhuo Wen's long hair to faintly reveal a faint dark blue color, which was demonic and unique. Zhuo Wen had pushed his spear intent to the limit. At this moment, it was as if he was the heavens and earth. Every move of his could trigger the power of the heavens and earth. When the blue water droplets condensed to the limit, Zhuo Wen made his move. His movement was very simple, but also very profound. With a shake of the bone spear, the cold spear tip pierced through space and froze time. Boom, 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 boom. Instantly, a rain of blue spear shadows gushed out from Zhuo Wen like a wave. Layer upon layer, they were densely packed and took up almost half of the area. There was actually a faint trend of them contending with the black flame arrow. Bang! When the terrifying spear shadows and the black flame arrow collided, the heavens and earth fell silent. Shortly after, an earth-shattering explosion surged out from the void. It was as terrifying as a tsunami. For a moment, the blue spear shadow and the black flame arrow were in a stalemate. However, the stalemate did not last long. Both of them exploded at the same time. The blue spear shadow was finally annihilated. However, the black flame arrow had also reached the point where it was about to die. Pucci! Zhuo Wen's complexion was deathly pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. This Grandmaster Yanhua's black scorched sky explosion was truly formidable. Even though he had pushed his spear intent to the limit, it was still broken. Whoosh! 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 The few remaining black flame arrows pierced through space and flew toward Zhuo Wen. Their might was unstoppable. Zhuo Wen's face changed slightly. He waved his right hand, and the greater, everlasting sword formation turned into a cold light that revolved around his body. When the black flame arrows flew over and collided with the sword formation, it immediately caused an intense tremor. Oomph! 3 pairs of lightning wings opened for me. Looking at the few remaining black flame arrows, Zhuo Wen snorted coldly and immediately unfurled 3 pairs of lightning wings. With the lightning wings unfurled, he turned into a bolt of lightning and dodged the few remaining black flame arrows. After a few flashes, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Grandmaster Yanhua, I'll remember today's enmity. I'll definitely pay you a visit in the future. As the lightning flashed, Zhuo Wen's thunderous voice pierced through the clouds and rolled down. This caused Grandmaster Yanhua's face to twitch. Just now was that concept energy? At this moment, Huangfu Zixia could no longer remain calm. Her originally cold and indifferent face was now filled with shock. She wasn't shocked by Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion, because that was the secret technique that made Grandmaster Yanhua famous. She was shocked because the young man with the azure coffin on his back had actually blocked Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion. Furthermore, she couldn't erase the brilliant spear strike that blocked Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion from her mind. She couldn't have sensed wrongly. That brilliant spear strike contained a terrifying concept energy. Furthermore, it was a concept energy that wasn't a low level. What that young man used just now was definitely spear intent. Only spear intent could allow an ordinary move to display such terrifying might. Even Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion was nearly blocked. This kid is terrifying. That kid isn't even 20 years old. He actually comprehended the concept energy that cultivators yearn for. This kid's talent is monstrous. Instantly, the surrounding people sobered up from the wonderful spear attack just now. They all had expressions of admiration on their faces. They knew that only the power of conception could unleash such terrifying power. Although this place was the imperial capital, where geniuses gathered, there were still very few cultivators who could comprehend the concept energy. They could be considered as 1 in 10,000. This kid was able to comprehend the concept energy at such a young age. He could definitely be considered a monstrous genius. Grandmaster Yanhua narrowed his eyes and his heart skipped a beat. He didn't expect that Zhuowen, who he didn't take seriously, was actually a genius who had comprehended the concept energy. As an upper echelon of the Arcane Guild, he clearly knew how terrifying a cultivator who had comprehended the concept energy was. As long as he was given a certain amount of time to grow, his future achievements would definitely be limitless. Feng Xiang, didn't you say that Zhuowen was just a lowly disciple from Wuqing County? How could the lowly disciple that you spoke of not only cut off one of your arms, but also comprehend the legendary spear intent? Now that Zhuowen had left this place, and Li Long and Li Hu had both died because of this, Grandmaster Yanhua's heart was filled with rage, and he vented it all on Feng Xiang. At this moment, Feng Xiang was holding his right arm that had been cut off. When he heard Grandmaster Yanhua's stern questioning, he only lowered his head and didn't say anything. However, his eyes were filled with deep resentment. As a direct descendant of the Feng clan, he was defeated by Zhuowen the first time and had his arm cut off by Zhuowen the second time. Now, he was being questioned by Grandmaster Yanhua in front of everyone, but he didn't dare to say anything. It could be said that he was extremely cowardly. At this moment, Feng Xiang's hatred for Zhuowen had reached a monstrous level. If he didn't get his revenge, he would never give up. Oomph. What a piece of trash. What Zhuowen said was right. Grandmaster Yanhua coldly snorted when he saw Feng Xiang lowering his head and not saying anything. He flicked his sleeves and left the appraiser hall. The surrounding crowd all stared at Feng Xiang with mocking gazes. The sounds of discussion were like a barrage of cannons, causing Feng Xiang to no longer have the face to stay. Like a stray dog, he fled without a trace. Seeing Feng Xiang's miserable appearance, the crowd instantly burst into laughter. Jing Yun, who was in the crowd, quietly looked at Feng Xiang's miserable appearance. The infatuation in her eyes slowly faded and became much fainter. Compared to Zhuowen, the Feng Xiang that she was infatuated with was like heaven and earth. Thinking about how she had targeted Zhuowen for Feng Xiang, Jing Yun suddenly felt a flush of shame. Perhaps Zhuowen simply didn't put her in his eyes at that time. Jing Yun, let's return to the Imperial City. Huang Fuzixia once again raised her head and gazed in the direction that Zhuowen had disappeared. Her pretty face once again regained its coldness as she spoke to Jing Yun, who was beside her. Jing Yun nodded her head and obediently followed Huang Fuzixia out of this place. Lightning flashed, and Zhuowen stopped in a quiet alley. His breathing was hurried, and blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Grandmaster Yanhua was indeed not simple, especially that final black flame sky explosion. Its power was too terrifying. Even when Zhuowen used his spear intent and the greater everlasting sword formation, he could only barely block it. After resting for around 4 hours in the secluded alley, Zhuozheng's internal injuries began to recover, and his pale complexion began to regain some color. Chapter 644. Vermilion Bird. The noise was like a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zhuowen was shocked to discover that the core of the imperial capital was not far away from him. At this moment, many ancient martial art practitioners had gathered around the imperial capital. These ancient martial art practitioners were all looking up at the sky with curious expressions. Zhuowen followed the crowd's gaze and also looked up at the sky. In the sky above the imperial capital, a huge bird covered in flames was flying over. Its beautiful wings were filled with terrifying flames as it soared through the air like a small sun. Vermilion Bird? Looking at the huge bird in the sky, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He recognized the origin of this huge bird. The Vermilion Bird was an extremely terrifying origin beast. Its body also contained the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the Phoenix. However, the bloodline of the Vermilion Bird was much less than that of the Firebird, so its overall strength was much weaker than that of the Firebird. Even so, a mature Vermilion Bird strength could reach the level of an ultimate 9-wheel emperor. Furthermore, this Vermilion Bird was so huge that it was obviously a mature Vermilion Bird. Its strength was even more terrifying than an ordinary ultimate 9-wheel emperor. Flames burned the sky. 2 figures stood on the Vermilion Bird's huge back. One of them was tall and straight like a bamboo pole. He wore a ghost mask and his true appearance could not be seen clearly. However, the aura that he faintly exuded was extremely terrifying. Even Zhuowen could not help but tremble when he looked at him from afar. This person's strength definitely surpassed Zhuowen's. Otherwise, Zhuowen would not be able to feel such a strong sense of danger from him. This sense of danger caused Zhuowen to tremble uncontrollably. This person is too dangerous. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuowen looked at the person with the ghost mask on the vermilion bird's back. His face was filled with fear. Zhuowen's sense of danger was far stronger than that of ordinary people. He could feel that the person with the ghost mask was extremely terrifying. It was so terrifying that he could not even think of resisting. The other person on the back of the Zhuowen bird was a slender and elegant figure. Her figure was slender and graceful, with a light veil wrapped around her body. She was like a pure and holy fairy that had descended to the mortal world. This was a young girl about the same age as Zhuowen. A pair of bare feet stepped on the back of the vermilion bird, forming the shadow of a lotus flower behind her. Zhui was different. She stood aloof from the world, like a lotus flower rising from the water. This woman's face was covered by a veil, so it was impossible to see her true appearance. However, the unique temperament that she exuded attracted the gazes of countless cultivators below. This temperament was very unique and also very outstanding. Just by raising her hand, this woman was able to display the most gentle and beautiful feeling. This was a beauty that came from the inside out. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the beautiful figure that stood out from the crowd. He actually revealed a trace of absent-mindedness. The temperament of this woman's every move was like a drug that firmly attracted him, causing him to be completely addicted and unable to extricate himself. What a unique temperament! What an elegant and wonderful person! Involuntarily, Zhuowen silently praised in his heart. On top of the vermilion bird, the beautiful figure seemed to have felt Zhuowen's gaze. Her beautiful eyes moved slightly, and that pair of cold and elegant autumn eyes met with Zhuowen's gaze. Immediately, Zhuowen keenly discovered that this woman's originally cold autumn eyes actually revealed a rare trace of strangeness. This trace of strangeness was like a stone falling into water, causing waves of ripples on the surface of the water, breaking the calm. However, this trace of strangeness only lasted for a moment. The ripples in the woman's autumn eyes disappeared, and she regained her calm. She only glanced at Zhuowen indifferently, and then naturally turned her head away. A clear bird cry resounded through the clouds. The gigantic vermilion bird suddenly flew through the air and directly entered the imperial city. The enormous dragon-shaped chi above the imperial city did not obstruct it in the slightest, allowing the vermilion bird to enter. That pair of eyes, so familiar, I seem to have seen it somewhere before. Lowering his head, Zhuowen muttered to himself in deep thought. Just now, when their eyes met, Zhuowen felt that the gaze of the woman on the vermilion bird gave him a feeling of déjà vu. Is it my imagination? Shaking his head, Zhuowen once again gazed deeply in the direction of the imperial city. He knew that to be able to use the vermilion bird as a mount, and to be able to enter the imperial city so casually, the identities of the two people on the vermilion bird were extraordinary. Throwing away the wild thoughts in his mind, Zhuowen no longer thought about the identities of the two people on the vermilion bird. Instead, he found a martial warriors on the road, and after asking for directions, he followed the directions of a passerby and headed toward the Drunk Spring Pavilion. What Zhuowen did not see was that when he turned around to leave, the beautiful figure on the vermilion bird that had not yet landed suddenly turned her head slightly. A pair of ink-like beautiful eyes stared closely at Zhuowen's back. A trace of strangeness spread out in her eyes like a tide. Unfortunately, Zhuowen did not notice it all. In the center of the imperial city that was like a huge coiling dragon, there was an extremely large square. This square was filled with hundreds of stone pillars that pierced the sky and the earth. The stone pillars were carved with lifelike dragons that seemed to soar into the sky. Screech! A clear bird cry rang out. A gigantic fiery red bird, like a falling meteorite, suddenly stopped in the middle of the square. Its flame-like feathers emitted a frightening light. At this moment, in the center of the square, a group of people wearing heavy armor and riding dragon horses quietly stood in place. This group was the Imperial Guard, and the strong man in front of the group was the commander of the Imperial Guard. Under the command of the Qing Emperor, the commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Jing, respectfully welcomes the arrival of the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. The Qing Emperor is very happy that the Saintess has come to a small place like our Qing Xian Empire. He has personally arranged a banquet in the throne room to welcome the two distinguished guests of the Burning Heaven sect. The commander of the Imperial Guard, Li Jing, was very humble. He was very clear about the strength of the Burning Heaven sect. It was a powerful existence comparable to the Blue Dragon Hall. Although its sphere of influence was not in the Eastern Land, its strength was so great that it could destroy the Qing Xian Empire with a wave of its hand. Now, the Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect was actually willing to come to a small place like the Qing Xian Empire. How could the Qing Emperor dare to neglect her? Li Jing was personally instructed by the Qing Emperor. It could be seen how much importance the Qing Emperor attached to this guest. Then I'll have to trouble the Qing Emperor. A melodious voice like that of a lark came from the vermilion bird. Soon after, two figures slowly descended from the vermilion bird. The extraordinary woman, whose face was covered by a veil, was quietly floating in the air with bare feet. She was pure and holy like a fairy. Looking at this woman with an otherworldly temperament, Li Jing was stunned. However, he quickly recovered and quickly lowered his head, saying, "It's no trouble at all." The Qing Emperor said that this is his honor. "Please follow me to the throne room. Then I'll have to trouble you. Lead the way." The woman chuckled and said indifferently. Li Jing cupped his hands and led the way with a straight figure. They walked along the red carpet in the square toward the huge throne room. The Saintess of the Burning Heaven sect and the man with the ghost mask slowly followed behind Li Jing. At the entrance of the throne room, Li Jing humbly saluted and said, "Please come in. I'm not qualified to enter the throne room, so I can only send you here." The two nodded. Immediately, the Saintess glanced at the man with the ghost mask beside her and said softly, "Elder Chiu." The man with the ghost mask nodded, but the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. He suddenly stomped his feet, and a terrifying aura burst out. It soared into the sky like a pillar that held up the sky. The dragon chi above the imperial city was affected by this aura and roared in horror. "Qing Emperor, since when did you have such a big reputation? We've already arrived at the throne room. Are you still going to hide inside?" The man with the ghost mask said coldly. Li Jing, who was not far away, looked at the terrifying aura of the man with the ghost mask and trembled. This man was too terrifying. Just this aura alone made him feel a terrifying sense of oppression. Even the dragon chi of the Qing Emperor was shaken by this aura. Only an Emperor Power Realm warrior with similar strength as the Qing Emperor could do this. He knew that the man with the ghost mask was actually an Emperor Power Realm warrior who was no weaker than the Qing Emperor. Please don't be angry. I was dealing with some matters just now, so I neglected you. I hope you don't take it to heart." A hearty laughter burst out from the throne room like rolling thunder. Immediately, a green figure slowly walked out from the throne room. His aura was as terrifying as the sun, the moon, and the stars. The green figure slowly walked out, surrounded by green chi. This man looked like a middle-aged man in his 40s. His face was white, and he had no facial hair. His eyes were like bright moons and stars. The green chi around him transformed into many green dragons. The green dragons crawled under his feet as if he was stepping on thousands of dragons. He looked down on the world like a deity. This man was the highest leader of the Qing Xian Empire. He was the #1 expert and the guardian of the imperial city. He was the only terrifying expert who had reached the Emperor realm in the Qing Xian Empire. The man with the ghost mask squinted his eyes and stared at the high-spirited Qing Emperor. He said indifferently, "I didn't expect a peerless figure like you to appear in such a small place like the Qing Xian Empire. If I am not wrong, you should have reached the Second Heaven Emperor realm." The corner of Cyan Emperor's mouth held a smile as he said, "You should be Burning Sky's sex Elder Finju, Qiu Yin, right? As expected of an expert at the second level of the Emperor realm, to actually be able to see through this Emperor's cultivation realm with a single glance. You flatter me. You are quite talented to be able to reach the second Heaven Emperor realm in such a small place. My lady and I have come without notice. You will welcome us, right?" Qiu Yin said indifferently. "Ha! Elder Qiu, you must be joking. It is my honor to have the two of you here. Come in. I have already prepared a banquet for the two of you in the throne room. Come in quickly." The Qing Emperor was very enthusiastic. Qiu Yin and the Holy Maiden nodded and followed the Qing Emperor into the throne room. There were many banquets in the throne room. There were many people sitting at the banquets, and most of them were the upper echelons of the imperial family. Chapter 645. Huangfu Wuji. The throne room was extremely large and was decorated with gold and jade in a dazzling manner. In the center of the room, there was a huge table that divided the throne room into two parts like a waterfall. Many people were sitting on the table. These people were dressed appropriately. Their movements were elegant, and their faces were filled with warm smiles. They were basically the upper echelons of the imperial family, and it was Emperor Qing's order to gather here. "Everyone, these two people are honored guests from the Burning Heaven sect. This person is the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden, and beside her is the Burning Heaven sect's Elder Finju, Qiu Yin." Emperor Qing had a smile on his face as he introduced the two people beside him to everyone present. His voice was not loud, but it was extremely grand and echoed in the surroundings. "It's actually the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. I never thought that the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden would actually come to our Qing Xin Empire. Looks like this is all due to Qing Emperor's face. Even the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden was invited." Everyone on the table was silent at first, but soon after, an uproar broke out. Their gazes gathered on the veiled woman, and they all had a bit more reverence. The Burning Heaven sect was high and mighty, and was the dominant force of the southern barbarian. Its status was on par with the dominant force of the eastern lands, the Blue Dragon Hall. The Holy Maiden was one of the symbols of the Burning Heaven sect, and her status was extremely high. If nothing unexpected happened, the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden could inherit the position of the Burning Heaven sect's sect master and become the master of the entire Burning Heaven sect. This was the future overlord of the Heavenly Armor Continent, someone who could affect the entire Heavenly Armor Continent. Who would have thought that she would actually come to their small Qing Xian Empire? How could they not be shocked? Although many people knew that it was the Burning Heaven sect that came, they did not expect it to be the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden. The corners of the Azure Emperor's mouth curled up in a smile, but he was extremely puzzled in his heart. Actually, he was also extremely puzzled by the sudden arrival of the Burning Heaven sect. Previously, he hadn't notified them at all. It was only when the Vermilion Bird arrived at the imperial capital that Qiu Yin suddenly transmitted a message to him from 1,000 miles away. Only then did he know. The Lotus Emperor did not know why the two of them had suddenly come. However, since these two distinguished guests had come, the Lotus Emperor naturally would not neglect them. "I've long heard of the Burning Heaven sect's Holy Maiden's name." Wuji greets the Holy Maiden. "What is the Holy Maiden's name?" A figure slowly walked over from the other end of the table. This person was over 20 years old. He wore a purple robe with the image of a 5-clawed golden dragon embroidered on the front of the robe. A noble aura that could not be concealed gushed out, forming traces of an indescribable aura around him. This person had slender limbs, delicate features, and a calm and gentle expression. At first glance, he seemed like a scholar, but from the bright light that flickered in his eyes, it could be seen that this person was not simple. Holy Maiden, this person is the imperial family's second prince, Huangfu Wuji. He can be considered my junior. In terms of literary and military skills, in terms of the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, poetry, song, and martial talent, he is the best of the best. He has the talent to be a great general and has the talent to rule the world. He can be considered one of the most outstanding juniors of the imperial family. Looking at the purple-robed youth walking over, the Lotus Emperor curled his lips. He pointed at Huang Fuwuji and enthusiastically introduced him. The veiled woman gently nodded. Her beautiful eyes were as calm as water from beginning to end. Her cold voice slowly sounded out. Mushua, greetings to the second prince. The veiled woman's cold response caused the smile on Huang Fuwuji's face to stiffen. However, this person was clearly quite shrewd. His expression was still as warm as the sun. He said, "So the holy maiden's name is Mushua. This is a good name. Mushua has the meaning of admiration. It seems that Miss Mushua likes to look at snow." The second prince has misunderstood. Blood is blood as in fresh blood, not snow as in white snow. Moreover, I don't like to look at snow, Mushua coldly said. Huang Fuwuji's expression froze once again, his face filled with embarrassment. However, Huang Fuwuji was extremely shrewd. Even though he had been thwarted twice, he still continued to speak to Mushua. His elegant demeanor and handsome face was filled with gentleness, giving off a feeling as if he was bathing in a spring breeze. If it were an ordinary woman, they would have already had a favorable impression of Huang Fuwuji. However, Mushua had been extremely cold from beginning to end. She could feel that this Huang Fuwuji was extremely scheming, and he was also an expert at scheming. Mushua was well aware that the reason Huang Fuwuji was so enthusiastic towards her was because of her status and status. The status of the Burning Heaven sect Holy Maiden was enough to cause many handsome young men to break their heads in pursuit of her. Even if she was ugly, there would still be countless people chasing after her. Mushua was well aware that these people were not chasing after her heart, but rather her status and status. Thinking of this, Mushua became even more fed up with Huang Fuwuji's face. In her mind, she couldn't help but think of a wanton and unrestrained figure. Perhaps only he treats me with sincerity and sincerity. He is the only one who truly loves me. Thinking of that figure, Mushua's cherry lips under the veil curled up slightly and her cheeks turned slightly red. The banquet continued. The table was bustling with noise and excitement. Huang Fuwuji was undaunted. Even though Mushua was neither cold nor indifferent, he still tried to find something to talk about in order to attract Mushua's attention. Miss Mushua, for what reason have you two come to my Qing Xian Empire? After all, one does not visit a temple without a cause. At the center of the table, the Cyan Emperor raised his wine cup and stared at Mushua and Xiuyan. This time, your Qing Xian Empire's War of the Nine Counties is about to begin. Every time the War of the Nine Counties occurs, it can be considered the most prestigious event of your Qing Xian Empire. Old Xiu and I just happened to be passing by and wanted to stay here for a period of time, so we wanted to see your Qing Xian Empire's War of the Nine Counties. Mushua slowly said. So that's how it is. Since Miss Mushua wants to see the War of the Nine Counties, this emperor will not neglect her. This time, I will personally preside over the War of the Nine Counties, so I will certainly arrange a good seat for Miss Mushua. Although there were some doubts in the Cyan Emperor's heart, he didn't care. He drank the wine in his cup, a carefree expression on his face. Then I must thank your Majesty, Cyan Emperor. Mushua lightly smiled and bowed. There's no need to be polite. For Miss Mushua to come to the imperial city is an honor for this emperor. If I don't properly entertain you, then this emperor will seem stingy. The Cyan Emperor smiled. Time passed, and the banquet came to an end. Mushua gently stood up and said, Your Highness Cyan Emperor, Mushua is a bit drunk and would like to return to my room to rest. I wonder if you can provide a room for me? It's just a small matter. Wuji, quickly bring Miss Mushua and Elder Xiuyan to the two best rooms. Do not neglect them, the Cyan Emperor heartily said. Huang Fuwuji's expression was calm and light. Hearing the Cyan Emperor's words, a sharp light flashed in his eyes. He quickly bowed and said, Your Highness can rest assured. Wuji will definitely take care of this matter. As he spoke, Huang Fuwuji turned around and gracefully bowed to Mushua. He smiled and said, Miss Mushua, please follow me. I will arrange a good room for you. Then I'll have to trouble the second prince. Mushua lightly nodded, a light smile hanging on her lips. Then, Huang Fuwuji brought Mushiwe and Xiao Yin out of the throne room. At the same time, everyone else in the hall also stood up and bid their farewells. Suddenly, the originally lively throne room became quiet. Only the Cyan Emperor remained on the table. At this moment, the hearty smile on the Cyan Emperor's face had already vanished. His eyes narrowed into slits as he faintly faced the empty hall and said in a low voice, "Have you investigated? Do you know why the Burning Heaven sect Saintis suddenly came to our Qing Xian Empire? Your Highness, this matter is not easy to investigate. After all, the Burning Heaven sect Saintis always has an emperor-level powerhouse like Xiao Yan by her side. Want to find any trace of her is extremely difficult. However, from some clues, this Saintis came from the excellent Divine Institute." In the depths of the empty hall, a hoarse voice slowly sounded out. It was clear that someone was hiding in the shadows of the hall. "Excellent Divine Institute. I've heard that the Holy Ice Fire Talisman of the 9 great holy talismans exists within the Holy Ice Fire Talisman. The Burning Sky sect has always wanted to obtain the Holy Ice Fire Talisman. Back then, they had sent many holy maidens to the Holy Ice Fire Talisman to obtain the qualifications to obtain it. Unfortunately, the Holy Ice Flame symbol is a heavenly treasure. Moreover, it has been sealed by the excellent Divine Institute for a long time. Wanting to obtain the Holy Ice Flame symbol's approval is far too difficult. Even the inner disciples of the excellent Divine Institute have never succeeded, let alone the Saintis of the Burning Heaven sect." The Qing Emperor nodded. He wasn't surprised that Mushiwe came from the excellent Divine Institute. However, he was puzzled. The Qing Xian Empire was considered a small power in the eastern lands. Why would Mushiwe want to come to the Qing Xian Empire? Although the Battle of the 9 Countries was the highest level event in the Qing Xian Empire for the Saintis of the Burning Heaven sect, this event wasn't even worth mentioning, let alone personally coming to watch. "Your Highness, what do we need to do?" In the hall, the hoarse voice sounded out again. "Do nothing. The Saintis of the Burning Heaven sect has a noble status. She isn't someone we can touch. Once we touch her, even the Blue Dragon Hall won't be able to protect us. Since she came to watch the Battle of the 9 Countries, then let her watch." The Qing Emperor shook his head. After he finished speaking, the entire hall turned pitch black and became silent once again in the intoxicated spring pavilion. In the side room, where Zhuan was, Lu anxiously paced around the room. Apart from Lu'er, the charming lady was also present. At this moment, her brows were tightly knitted and there was a trace of anxiety in her beautiful eyes. "Mother, what should we do? Young Master Zhua hasn't returned for 3 days. We can't just sit by and do nothing. Why don't we talk to the leader of Muqing County?" Lu suddenly came in front of Mother Su and said anxiously, "Don't talk about it first. You said that Zhuan actually offended Feng Xiang of the Feng family and Master Yinhua of the Arcane Guild at the same time?" Mother Su asked solemnly. Lu'er was so anxious that she was about to cry. Tears welled up in her eyes, but she still recounted everything that happened in the appraiser hall. Chapter 646. Sun Yang was shocked. Sun Yang was one of the managers of the Drunken Spring Pavilion after all. She was much more mature and steady in her actions. Although she heard Lu Er's story, she was also very shocked and furious. She was annoyed that Zhuan was really a troublemaker. Although Feng Xiang was a direct descendant of the Feng clan, he could only be considered an ordinary genius. Sun Yang wasn't too worried about offending Feng Xiang. However, not only did Zhuan offend Feng Xiang, but he also offended a high-ranking member of the Arcane Guild like Master Yinhua. This made things much more troublesome. Although Mother Su was not afraid of Master Yinhua at all with her strength, Master Yinhua's father was the second elder of the Arcane Guild, Elder Glaze. He was a true elder of the Arcane Guild and could kill her with a wave of his hand. Even she didn't dare to offend Master Yinhua. That Zhuan was really stupid to offend such a person. Moreover, Master Yinhua was very powerful. If that Zhuan left the appraisal pavilion, he definitely wouldn't be able to escape from Master Yinhua's hands. "Mother, what should we do? Don't we care about young Master Zhuan?" Lu, or had a good impression of Zhuowen and naturally didn't want anything to happen to him. AI, that Zhuowen is a guest of our drunken spring pavilion after all. Moreover, it was you who brought him to the appraisal pavilion. I cannot care about this matter. Sun Yang patted her head with a slight headache. She had already cursed Zhuowen in her heart. This kid was too good at causing trouble. She was unlucky to be staying at the drunken spring pavilion this time. That's great. Lu knows that mother is the best. Lu immediately smiled through her tears. All right, stop crying. If you continue crying, you'll have wrinkles. I'll go to the appraisal pavilion personally. As long as that Master Yinhua's loss is compensated, my reputation is still useful. Sun Yang sighed softly. Her face was full of helplessness. Luer's face was instantly filled with joy, and she was quite touched. Let's go. Let's go to the appraisal pavilion first. As she spoke, Sun Yang pulled Luer out of the room. After walking out of the Snow Moon region, they arrived at the Windflower region. At this moment, Lu Hantian, who was dressed in Rag's Flower region, was looking around as if he was looking at the surrounding girls with a wretched expression. Looking at Lu Hantian's wretchedness, Lady Su and Lu were speechless. Luer's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disgust. She hated wretched people like Lu Hantian the most. Mother Su, on the other hand, didn't show any disgust. Instead, she showed a hint of admiration. Mother Su had been in love for many years, so she had an extremely keen sense of observation. Although Lu Hantian was looking around with a wretched expression on his face, if one looked carefully, they would notice that Lu Hantian was standing on the path that Sun Yang had to pass when she came out of Zhuowen's room. Coupled with Lu Hantian's posture, it was clear that Lu Hantian was deliberately standing here to wait for them. Young Master Lu. Sun Yang wanted to call out to Lu Hantian, but she realized she didn't know how to address the old beggar. She could only brace herself and call him young master. Oh, is the young Master Lu that everyone loves. Flowers bloom when they see him. Men feel inferior when they see him, and women blush when they see him. If so, then it's me. Kaka. Lu Hantian, that slut, stroked his messy hair and struck a pose that he thought was handsome. His face revealed a lonely expression as he stared at Mother Su and Luer with blurred eyes. Sun Yang and Luer were speechless. They stared at Lu Hantian with strange gazes. I saw the two of you come out of Zhuowen's room. Why didn't that brat come out? Lu Hantian suddenly became serious. He stared at Sun Yang and asked. Lu Hantian trembled. She looked nervous. Sun Yang narrowed her eyes. It was as she had guessed. This Lu Hantian was waiting for her. He must have sensed something. Young Master Zhua is still cultivating in his room. Young Master Zhua is working very hard for the 9 Counties War. We came out first. Sun Yang laughed dryly. Oh, is that so? Why did I hear the two of you say that Zhuowen was stopped at the entrance of the inspection treasure hall? Why is Zhuowen cultivating in his room? Lu Hantian said indifferently. His gaze became extremely sharp. You were in your room? Sun Yang was shocked. She couldn't help but turn pale. This Lu Hantian actually heard their conversation from his room. She didn't notice it at all. For this to happen, it was either Lu Hantian's concealment ability was extremely strong, or the other party's strength was far greater than hers. Either way, this sloppy Lu Hantian wasn't simple. Tell me, Zhuowen is your father's brother. If anything happens to him, your drunken spring pavilion won't need to continue operating. No matter what background you have, your father will still turn it upside down. Lu Hantian crossed his arms and sneered. A terrifying aura faintly leaked out. With Lu Hantian as the center, the surrounding space started to distort. What terrifying strength! Sun Yang's face turned pale when she felt the terrifying aura faintly emitted by Lu Hantian. This Lu Hantian's strength was too terrifying. Just this part of his aura made her unable to resist. Young Master Lu, please calm down. Since you were in your room just now, you should know what happened. I don't need to repeat myself. Sun Yang could only brace herself and say, take me to the appraisal pavilion. I'm not familiar with the imperial capital, so you can only take me there. Lu Hantian said coldly. All right, I'll take you there now. Cold sweat had already appeared on Sun Yang's forehead. This Lu Hantian was too terrifying. He wasn't someone she could contend against. Moreover, Lu Hantian's aura had locked onto her. If she didn't follow Lu Hantian's words, she would probably suffer a calamity. Helpless, Sun Yang could only follow Lu Hantian. When the three of them arrived at the entrance of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, a young man with shoulder-length black hair and a green coffin on his back slowly walked over. His gaze was extremely calm. Zhuowen, Lu Hantian's eyes revealed a trace of brilliance. His originally cold face became much gentler. He laughed heartily as he patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said, "Zhuowen, you're not loyal at all. You didn't even take your big brother to a good place like the Appraisal Pavilion." Zhuowen also didn't expect to see Lu Hantian, Sun Yang, and Lu Hantian the moment he entered. Moreover, from the looks of the three of them, they should be preparing to go out. In addition to Lu Hantian's words, Zhuowen knew that the three of them should be aware of what happened to him at the Appraisal Pavilion. From the looks of it, Lu Hantian was obviously planning to go to the Appraisal Pavilion to help him out. Seeing the joy in Lu Hantian's eyes, Zhuowen felt a warmth in his heart and was slightly moved. "It's my fault this time. Next time, I'll definitely take you with me," Zhuowen said with a smile. "Young Master Zhuowen, how did you escape from the Appraisal Pavilion? Could it be that Grandmaster Yanhua and Feng Xiang didn't find trouble with you?" Sun Yang's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked with some doubt. Zhuowen was so young. She didn't believe that Zhuowen's strength would be that great. The peak of the fifth wheel Emperor Realm was most likely the ultimate Emperor Realm. With such strength, how did he escape from Grandmaster Yanhua and Feng Xiang's group? I was just lucky. At that time, I also took advantage of the time when Grandmaster Yanhua and the others weren't paying attention to me to sneak out. Otherwise, with my strength, I really might have been left there. Zhuowen didn't want to talk too much about this matter. He casually gave a perfunctory reply and didn't talk about this topic any further. "Oh, then your luck is pretty good. You were actually able to escape when Grandmaster Yanhua and the others weren't paying attention." Sun Yang nodded and believed this explanation. Although Zhuowen's explanation had some loopholes, when she thought of Grandmaster Yanhua's strength, Sun Yang didn't have too many doubts. "If there's nothing else, I'll return to my room first." Zhuowen nodded indifferently. After chatting with Lu Hantian for a while, he brought Lu Hantian back to his room in the Snow Moon region. As for Lu Hantian, she also followed Zhuowen back to the Snow Moon region. Sun Yang shook her head and sighed in her heart. Fortunately, this Zhuowen's luck was good and he managed to escape. Otherwise, things would have become very troublesome. Just as Sun Yang was about to return, a green-clothed manservant suddenly walked to her side and said furtively, "Manager Su, the matter that you asked me to investigate in the Inspection Treasure Pavilion has already come to an end." "No need to tell me. I already know. Did that Zhuowen luckily take advantage of Grandmaster Yanhua's inattention and secretly escape?" Sun Yang waved her hand and said indifferently, "Manager Su, who did you hear this from? This matter isn't as simple as you say. That Zhuowen isn't simple at all. He forced his way out of the Inspection Treasure Pavilion." The green-clothed manservant said in astonishment. "What? He actually forced his way in? With Grandmaster Yanhua there, how did that Zhuowen force his way in?" Sun Yang frowned slightly and said in disbelief, "Manager Su, don't be anxious. Listen to this lowly one's tireless explanation. This matter is like this." The green-clothed manservant softly recounted what happened at the entrance of the Inspection Treasure Pavilion. He had personally sent his subordinates to the entrance of the Inspection Treasure Pavilion to inquire about this matter. The information was definitely not wrong. Sun Yang, who originally didn't care, became more and more shocked the more she heard. The difference between what this green-clothed manservant said and what Zhuowen said was like heaven and earth. Not only did this Zhuowen force his way in, but he also killed 2 rank 4 Arcana Masters. Li Hu and Li Long Zhuowen even broke one of Feng Xiang's arms. Even Grandmaster Yanhua's famous secret technique, Black Flame Explosion, was unable to stop Zhuowen. That Zhuowen is actually this strong? His aura doesn't seem strong. How could he have escaped from Grandmaster Yanhua's Black Flame Explosion? Are you lying to me? Sun Yang frowned and said in displeasure, Manager Su, don't accuse this lowly one wrongly. This matter is absolutely true. The reason that Zhuowen was able to escape from Grandmaster Yanhua's black flame explosion was because, according to the witnesses, that Zhuowen had grasped the power of concept. It was this power of concept that allowed that Zhuowen to display such terrifying strength and block the black flame explosion. The green-clothed manservant said in a pitiful manner as he clasped his hands together. Chapter 647. Moon Pavilion time flowed by like a white steed flitting by a crack. It had been over 20 days since Zhuowen returned from the appraiser pavilion. A month's time had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period of time, Zhuowen had basically been in seclusion in his room. The power of Master Yanhua's black flame sky explosion was too terrifying. Although he had barely escaped with the help of his advanced spear intent, Zhuowen had suffered serious internal injuries. Zhuowen had spent half a month recuperating from his internal injuries. He had basically used the remaining time to meditate and cultivate. At the same time, he had used the earth fire to temper the strength of his body. Zhuowen had a feeling that the great Nirvana Sun might have a breakthrough in the near future. If I use the Phoenix blood essence to temper the body, I should be able to cultivate the great Nirvana Sun to the second stage, the destruction realm. In the room, Zhuowen slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was flickering. He waved his right hand, and a drop of dazzling golden liquid floated before him. It was the drop of Phoenix blood essence that he had extracted from the firebird's plume feather. The Phoenix blood essence contained extremely hot energy. It was most suitable for tempering the body. Moreover, the great Nirvana Sun had a certain relationship with the Phoenix. The combination of the two would definitely allow Zhuowen's body to reach an extremely powerful effect. Now is not the time. When the great Nirvana Sun is about to break through, it will require an extremely large amount of hot energy. That would be the best time to use the Phoenix blood essence. His eyes flashed slightly. Zhuowen still kept the Phoenix blood essence in front of him. Although the Phoenix blood essence was extremely powerful, Zhuowen only had one drop. If he used it now and did not succeed in breaking through, then the loss would outweigh the gain. How good would it be if I had a few more drops of Phoenix blood essence? Thinking of this, Zhuowen could not help but sigh softly. Dong dong dong. A hurried knock on the door caused Zhuowen to frown slightly. He said, "Come in." The door was opened and the sloppy Lu Hantian walked in. "Big brother, why are you here today?" Seeing Lu Hantian come in, Zhuowen revealed a smile. "Brat, you're really a freak. You've already arrived at the Imperial City, yet you've been cooped up in your room all this time. Tomorrow, we'll be heading to the World Suppressing Formation and entering the Imperial City. Don't you plan to go out and play today?" Lu Hantian sat at the table in the middle of the room without any trace of politeness. He casually took a sip of herbal tea and looked at Zhuowen, who was sitting on the praying mat like an ascetic monk. He couldn't help but shake his head speechlessly. The War of the Nine Counties is imminent. How can I slack off? Zhuowen faintly smiled. Looking at the young man in front of him, Lu Hantian could not help but nod. Zhuowen had talent, perseverance, and luck. It was not a coincidence that he was able to walk step by step from a low-level city to where he was now. Although what you said is not wrong, today is the last day. Even if you cultivate, you won't be able to gain much. Go out and play with your big brother. I heard that today there will be a grand event in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Countless young talents from the Imperial City will be participating. You can't miss it. Lu Hantian very casually came to Zhuowen's side. He revealed a vulgar smile and put his arm around Zhuowen's shoulder. Zhuowen knew that Lu Hantian's attitude meant that his desire to continue cultivating was basically dashed. It just so happened that he also felt that there was nothing to gain from continuing to cultivate. Therefore, he spread out his hands and said, "Okay, today, I'll relax a little." "Huh, that's my good brother, Lu Hantian." Lu Hantian laughed and patted Zhuowen's shoulder. He suddenly said, "Zhuowen, do you know that during the time you were in seclusion, a big event happened in the Imperial City?" "Oh, big event?" Hearing this, Zhuowen immediately became interested and asked, It is said that the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heavens sect personally came to the imperial city. She wishes to observe the War of the Nine Counties tomorrow. For this reason, many young talents in the imperial city are rubbing their hands together. They want to perform well in the War of the Nine Counties. This time, the War of the Nine Counties will undoubtedly become very intense. Luhan Tian suddenly said in a serious tone, "What? The Holy Maiden of the Burning Heavens sect came to the imperial city?" Hearing this, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. He couldn't help but think about 20 days ago. In the sky above the imperial city, there was a beautiful figure with a light veil covering her face as she rode a huge vermilion bird into the imperial city. Although that beautiful figure had a unique temperament and her background was definitely not weak, he didn't expect her background to be so deep. She was actually the Holy Maiden of the Burning Heavens sect. The Heavenly Armor continent was divided into 5 major regions. Their Qing Xian Empire was located in the eastern region of the continent, called the Eastern Land. And the largest power in the Eastern Land was undoubtedly the Blue Dragon Hall. The southern region of the Heavenly Armor continent was called the Southern Barbarian. And the strongest power in the Southern Barbarian was the Burning Heavens sect. Speaking of which, the Burning Heavens sect's power wasn't the slightest bit inferior to the Blue Dragon Hall. They were both colossal powers in the Heavenly Armor continent. And the Burning Heavens sect's Holy Maiden was personally selected by the Burning Heavens sect's sect master. She was the most outstanding monstrous genius of her generation. Her status and identity were lofty existences in the Burning Heavens sect. If there were no accidents, she could basically become the next sect master of the Burning Heavens sect. It could be said that the status of the Burning Heavens sect's Holy Maiden was definitely much higher than the Qing Emperor of the Qing Xian Empire. She was a peerless heaven's pride comparable to the Blue Dragon Hall's Holy Maiden. The arrival of such a character in the imperial city would naturally cause a huge uproar. Zhuowen, the Burning Heavens sect's Holy Maiden. Brat, if you can catch the Holy Maiden's fancy, your future will definitely be smooth and limitless. Luhan Tian licked his face and said with a rather vulgar smile. That expression made Zhuowen only want to give him a slap. Shaking his head, Zhuowen really didn't have any interest in the Burning Heavens sect's Holy Maiden. She was a heaven's pride. Her status was even higher than the Qing Emperor's. How could she possibly fancy a lowly brat like him? Zhuowen's principle had always been to be down to earth and not to reach the heavens in a single bound. In his opinion, only things that he obtained through his own efforts could truly belong to him. As for relying on a huge power as his backing, Zhuowen didn't really like it. This kind of thing is too far away for me. Zhuowen shook his head and said rather calmly, "That's right. The Burning Heavens sect is really too big. We really can't climb up to them. Let's go to the Windflower District first. I heard that there's a big gathering in the Windflower District tonight. All the young talents in the imperial capital will basically gather here." Luhan Tian said with a big laugh. "Big gathering? What gathering?" Zhuowen asked in confusion. Hee, you'll know when you get there. There are still people waiting for us downstairs. Don't let them wait for too long." Luhan Tian said mysteriously. Zhuowen helplessly shrugged his shoulders and could only follow Luhan Tian out of the room. He saw that there were indeed 6 people quietly waiting downstairs. These 6 people were none other than the genius representatives of Muqing County: Lu Yitao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, Qin Batian, and Ling Wushuang. Beside the 5 of them was the dignified Lu Nantian, who wore a purple robe. Luhan Tian and Zhuowen greeted the 6 people and walked towards the Windflower District in front of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. After not coming out for a long time, Zhuowen discovered that the number of people in the Drunken Spring Pavilion had actually increased by several times compared to before. At a glance, all of them were basically martial artists with powerful auras. Moreover, these martial artists' ages were basically similar to them. During the time you were in seclusion, the geniuses from other counties basically arrived in the imperial capital. The Drunken Spring Pavilion is one of the largest inns in the imperial capital. Naturally, it attracted many geniuses from other counties to stay. Seeing Zhuowen's puzzled expression, Lu Hantian softly explained a few words, which made Zhuowen suddenly feel enlightened. It seemed that the Drunken Spring Pavilion's reputation was indeed quite big. It could actually attract so many geniuses from other counties. After passing through the Snow Moon District and entering the Windflower District, Zhuowen was astonished to discover that the Windflower District was actually bustling with people coming and going. Looks like many people arrived much earlier than us. I wonder if there are any seats left? Looking at the sea of people in the Windflower District, Lu Hantian frowned slightly, and his expression was slightly displeased. After some squeezing, the group of 8 finally arrived at the core area of the Windflower District. The core area of the Windflower District was naturally the enormous stage that stood in the center. Around the stage were numerous pavilions, terraces, and pavilions. The positions of these pavilions were just right, and one could clearly see the graceful dancers on the stage. At the very front of these pavilions, there was an enormous pagoda-shaped pavilion. At the top of the pagoda-shaped pavilion, there was a large area. At this moment, there were many people sitting in that area. These people all had powerful auras and were dressed in luxurious clothes. It was obvious that they were not ordinary people. This is the Moon Embracing Pavilion, the most luxurious and high-end pavilion in the Windflower District. It is also the best place to view the scenery. Let's go up as well. Lu Nantian softly laughed. As he spoke, Lu Nantian led the people behind him and headed towards the Moon Embracing Pavilion. After confirming that Lu Nantian was the Lord of Muqin County, the guards of the Moon Embracing Pavilion did not stop them too much. The Moon Embracing Pavilion was the most luxurious pavilion in the Windflower District. Normally, the people it entertained were all people of prominent status. Lu Nantian, as the Lord of the county, naturally had the qualifications to bring people into the Moon Embracing Pavilion. The area at the top of the Moon Embracing Pavilion was indeed extremely large. At a glance, it could accommodate hundreds of people without a problem. At this moment, there were not many people in the Moon Embracing Pavilion. In such a large area, it seemed rather deserted. Brother Lu, you guys are here too. You guys came quite early this time. A warm voice suddenly sounded. Lu Nantian and the others looked over and immediately saw a smiling Qiu Changsheng leading Qiu Xiaoyun and a few other juniors towards Lu Nantian and the others. Brother Qiu, you came even earlier. We just arrived and saw you here. Lu Nantian said politely. We also just arrived not long ago. Come, let's sit by the window and chat slowly. Qiu Changsheng said, rather enthusiastically. Lu Nantian nodded and led Zhuowen and the others to a seat by the window. Through the window, they looked down at the densely packed people below like a swarm of ants. Zhuowen felt a feeling of looking down at the mountains, as if everything was under his control. No wonder high officials and dignitaries like to climb up to the Moon Embracing Pavilion. This feeling of looking down on all living things and being high above was extremely enjoyable for those people in high positions. Thinking of this feeling, Zhuowen could not help but shake his head. This Drunken Spring Pavilion really knew how to do business. They could actually figure out the psychology of these high officials and dignitaries. No wonder people were willing to spend a lot of money in this Drunken Spring Pavilion. Chapter 648. Flame Wing Below the Moon Embracing Pavilion. The originally noisy crowd had become much quieter at this moment. Soon after, everyone raised their heads to look at the sky. In the distant horizon, a fiery cloud that was like the sun was suddenly rushing over. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, this huge fiery figure shuttled through space and suddenly arrived above the Moon Embracing Pavilion. Only then could everyone clearly see that the fiery figure was actually a giant bird that was dozens of feet in size. Vermilion bird? Within the Moon Embracing Pavilion, Zhuowen's pupil shrank as he immediately recognized this giant fiery red bird. Wasn't this the vermilion bird that had entered the imperial city? And the appearance of the vermilion bird also meant, as he thought of this. Zhuowen's gaze shifted upwards and immediately saw the graceful woman on the back of the vermilion bird. Her face was covered by a veil, and she stood barefooted. She was as pure as ice and as pure as jade. and stood out from the crowd. Beside the veiled woman, a man with a ghost mask silently stood. He was like a dedicated bodyguard that constantly stood beside the woman. The instant the vermilion bird appeared, another dazzling brilliance swept over from the horizon. It was as fast as lightning and instantly arrived beside the vermilion bird in the sky above the moon-embracing pavilion. The brilliance converged to reveal a magnificent flying boat that shone with gold and jewels. Miss Mushiwe, this vermilion bird mount of yours truly possesses the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the phoenix. It can spread its wings and soar thousands of miles in a single leap. Wuji is very envious. A refined and clear voice was slowly transmitted from the dazzling flying boat. Following the voice, a handsome young man, wearing a purple long robe with purple hair draped over his shoulders, stood on the flying boat. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, revealing a refined smile. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the beautiful figure on the vermilion bird. Isn't that the second prince of the imperial city, Huangfu Wuji? I never thought that the second prince would actually come here. In the past, the imperial city and Blue Dragon Hall would not participate in such a grand event. Only the geniuses of the 8 large counties would participate. I never thought that even the second prince would come this time. I'm afraid that the second prince did not come for the grand event of the intoxicated spring pavilion. Don't you see the woman on the vermilion bird? If I'm not mistaken, this woman should be the burning heaven sex saintess. Everyone's gazes from top to bottom of the moon-embracing pavilion converged over. They all knew that this woman should be the holy maiden of the burning sky sect who had suddenly descended upon the world and stood alone on the vermilion bird. In an instant, a wave was set off in the surroundings of the moon-embracing pavilion. Everyone's gazes were blazing as they stared at the beautiful figure on top of the vermilion bird. They all understood how noble the holy maiden of the burning heaven sect was. At this moment, she had actually descended to the moon-embracing pavilion. How could everyone not be indescribably excited? Ouch! Your Highness the Second Prince, I didn't expect you to come as well. Mother Su is truly honored, and this noble holy maiden quickly come to the moon-embracing pavilion. Mother Su will choose the best seats for you. A flattering voice instantly sounded out from within the embracing moon pavilion. A woman who still retained her charm leisurely walked over from who knows where. Her voluptuous figure swayed like a lily, and her face was full of smiles. Huangfu Wuji faintly smiled. His gaze immediately fell on the beautiful figure on top of the vermilion bird. He smiled and said, "What does Miss Mushiwe think?" The veiled woman did not reply. She faintly glanced at Huangfu Wuji. Her jade feet lightly tapped the air, and she floated down to the top floor of the moon-embracing pavilion. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but this woman actually sat not too far away from Zhuowen. Because Qiu Changsheng, Lu Nantian, and Lu Hantian were chatting with each other, Zhuowen, LVE Tao, and the other juniors naturally did not disturb the mood of the three. Instead, they casually found a seat near the window and silently watched the performance below as they sipped their wine. The arrival of the vermilion bird naturally attracted the attention of Zhuowen and the others. At this moment, Mushiwe was like a fluttering butterfly, gracefully landing not too far away from them. Huangfu Wuji did not care about Mushiwe's attitude. He faintly smiled, and with a step, he gracefully landed in the moon-embracing pavilion. He casually sat across from Mushiwe, the corners of his mouth filled with a warm smile. Mushiwe's willowy eyebrows wrinkled. Huangfu Wuji's behavior of sitting across from her caused her to feel a little displeased, but she did not show it. Mushiwe's ethereal temperament was like that of a goddess descending to the mortal world. She was like a lotus flower rising from the water. Even Luo Xing and Clear Lotus felt a sense of inferiority in their hearts. Although Mushiwe's face was covered by a veil, and one could not clearly see her true appearance, her temperament had already far surpassed theirs. This caused the two girls to feel a sense of inferiority in their hearts. It's rare to find such an extraordinary woman with such extraordinary skills in this world. No wonder she was able to become the saintess of the Burning Heaven sect. A rare ripple appeared in LV Itao's calm eyes. Even he was unable to remain calm in front of Mushue's ethereal temperament, and it was difficult for his heart to calm down. Xiao Xiaoyun and Qin Batian were even more unbearable. Their eyes were infatuated as they stared at Mushue's peerless figure, unable to extricate themselves. Zhuan's eyebrows slightly wrinkled, his eyes tightly staring at Mushue's body. He felt that this woman's temperament gave him a faint sense of familiarity. This sense of familiarity caused him to involuntarily recall that peerless figure. Mushue? Muchinshue? No, although their temperaments are somewhat similar, the feeling they give me is that they are not the same person. Perhaps the two of them know each other? Looking at Mushue, Zhuan's eyes revealed a trace of thoughtfulness. Although Mushue's temperament was very similar to Mu Qinshue's, if one carefully observed, there were actually subtle differences between the two. Perhaps I'm thinking too much. Mu Qinshuo is currently in the Jiaxin Academy. How could she possibly come to the Qingxian Empire? Shaking his head, Zhuan's gaze slightly shifted, no longer paying attention to Mushue. Although Mushue's temperament was otherworldly and elegant, Zhuan's heart was already occupied by someone else. Naturally, he did not have any other thoughts in his heart. Mushue, whose face was covered by a veil, shifted her starry eyes slightly. She discreetly glanced at Zhuo, who was not far away. When she saw Zhuo Wen's absent-minded appearance, there was a trace of resentment in her soul-stirring eyes. Time passed by minute, second by second, and the crowd surrounding the moon-embracing pavilion grew. Furthermore, other than Muqin County and Luyan County, the other 6 county lords had basically brought their genius representatives into the moon-embracing pavilion. The other 6 commanderies were Ganmeng Commandery, Shijiang Commandery, South Maple Commandery, Chuangwei Commandery, Icebound Commandery, and Lihua Commandery. In the previous War of the 9 Commanderies, Icebound Commandery and Lihua Commandery were the 2 most powerful commanderies other than the Imperial Capital Commandery. It was said that Icebound County's number 1 genius, when A.O. Shui, was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor leaderboard. He was only 1 rank away from the top 10 on the Green Emperor leaderboard. His strength was unfathomable, and he was much stronger than LV Tao. As for Lihua County's number 1 genius, Prince Lai Yun, his ranking wasn't bad either. He was also ranked 13th on the Green Emperor leaderboard, and his strength was also above LV Tao's. Furthermore, the number of geniuses from these 2 counties that entered the top 100 on the Green Emperor leaderboard was second to none among the 8 counties. This was also the reason why these 2 counties were ranked at the top. Their overall strength was also much stronger than the other counties. The county lord of Icebound County was a white-haired old man in a white robe. Beside the old man was a dignified and elegant lady with a bun on her head. This lady had long snow-white hair, but strangely, her pupils were snow-white, making her look exceptionally demonic. This lady was Icebound County's number 1 genius, when A.O. Shui. Her strength was unfathomable, and she had always kept a low profile. The county lord of Lihua County was a middle-aged bald man with a sturdy figure. Beside him, young Master Lai Yun's figure was not any worse than this bald man. His fiery red short hair looked extremely dry, and when he breathed, there were wisps of hot air exhaling, but it was quite strange. The county lords of Icebound County and Lihua County walked side by side at the front, while the remaining 4 county lords silently followed behind them. When the county lord of Lihua County passed by Lu Nantian and Xiao Changsheng, his footsteps paused, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He stared at Lu Nantian and said, "Lu Nantian, did you bring a bunch of trash from Muqin County to participate in the Great War of the 9 Counties again? This time, do you plan to take the last place or the second last place?" The county lord of Lihua County's voice was forceful and loud. As soon as he opened his mouth, his words spread throughout the entire embracing moon pavilion like a thunderclap. Some of the weaker people could not help but cover their ears, and a look of discomfort appeared on their faces. Lu Nantian stopped and narrowed his eyes. He stared at the county lord of Lehua County and said, "Flaming Bird, don't be too arrogant. You were lucky to take the third place in the Great War of the 9 Counties last time, and you're already so proud of yourself? Lucky? Lunantion, back then, the geniuses from Muchin County were almost eliminated by our Lehua County. You actually dare to say that you were lucky? I really don't know if there's something wrong with your head or if you think too highly of yourself." Flaming Bird crossed his arms, and a mocking look appeared in his eyes. He laughed loudly and was extremely arrogant. As soon as these words left his mouth, the expressions of Zhuoan, Lve Tao, and the others turned ugly. The county lord of Lehua County, Flaming Bird, had brought up the Great War of the 9 Counties the moment he arrived. It was obvious that he wanted to intimidate them. Humph! Back then, if my big brother, Lu Han Tian, had not been trapped in the inheritance ground of the Blood Devil, your Lehua County would not have been able to act so arrogantly. Back then, when you saw my big brother, you were like a rat crossing the street with your tail between your legs. You did not even dare to fart. Lu Nantian mocked. Lu Han Tian? It is fortunate that Lu Han Tian was not here. Otherwise, that Lu Han Tian would have been in an even worse state. The number 1 genius of your Muchin County back then was not even worth a fart in front of me. You still want to use Lu Han Tian to scare me? That guy probably died in the inheritance ground of the Blood Devil long ago. He's just a dead man. The cold smile on Flaming Bird's face became even more intense. His words were filled with disdain for Lu Han Tian. Oh, it seems that the small fry back then has become so arrogant now. Back then, who was the one who kowtowed 3 times and 9 times in front of me, calling me Uncle Lu and Father Lu? Chapter 649. The wild and domineering Lu Hantian's mocking and disdainful voice slowly rang out in the moon-embracing pavilion. Flamewing's expression froze. It narrowed its eyes and focused on a sloppy figure sitting across from Lu Nantian. It was Lu Hantian. Who do you think you are? You actually dare to preach to me? As for the 3 bows and 9 kowtows you spoke of, they are completely unwarranted. Flamewing's eyes were sinister as it stared coldly at Lu Hantian. And who do you think you are? Back then, you came to Muchin County in high spirits, wanted to rub our prestige in the face. In the end, you were beaten like a dog by me. Back then, you even called me your father and your mother. Have you forgotten in the blink of an eye? It seems that your pig brain is somewhat stupid. Lu Hantian slowly stood up and stared indifferently at Flamewing, a trace of coldness in his eyes. Flamewing frowned slightly at the sight of Lu Hantian dressed like an old beggar. 100 years ago, he had indeed never been to Muchin County. Moreover, he had set up an arena in the county capital and defeated countless geniuses there, ruthlessly rubbing the edge of Muchin County. Unfortunately, a freak like Lu Hantian had appeared in Muchin County. Even he, Flamewing, had been easily defeated by Lu Hantian. Moreover, he had been so ruthlessly beaten that he had to beg for mercy. That memory was still fresh in his mind. Oh, are you trying to say that you're Lu Hantian? Don't joke around. Lu Hantian was trapped in the Blood Devil's land of inheritance 100 years ago. Who do you think you are? If you want to pretend to be Lu Hantian, you need to find a more reliable disguise. Flamewing shook his head and sneered. Even though Flamewing was now much stronger than before, he still felt a tinge of fear when he thought of Lu Hantian's terrifying strength. Back then, he had suffered too miserably. It had been a one-sided battle. If it had not been for the elders who had stopped him, Flamewing would not have known what would have happened. Flamewing was overjoyed when it heard that Lu Hantian had been trapped in the Blood Devil's legacy. However, Lu Hantian's absence in the War of the 9 Counties had caused Muchin County's strength to drop drastically. Their top fighters were much weaker than the other counties, and they had suffered a crushing defeat. Because of what had happened to Lu Hantian, Flamewing had taken special care of Muchin County's team during the War of the 9 Counties. This made things worse for Muchin County's team. It could be said that the relationship between Muchin County and Flamewing County was extremely bad. This was also the reason why Flamewing had spoken so arrogantly when it passed by Lu Nanshan's position. The 2 counties could be said to be like fire and water. Open your dog eyes and take a good look. I am your father. What a disgraceful bastard. You don't even recognize your own father. Lu Hantian pointed at Flamewing's nose and scolded it. He didn't care about his image at all. This scene immediately silenced the surrounding atmosphere. Flamewing's face turned gloomy. This old beggar who had appeared out of nowhere actually dared to speak so arrogantly in front of him. This was too presumptuous. You are the one courting death. Flamewing snorted coldly. With a stomp of its foot, a terrifying aura surged out, causing a series of spiraling hurricanes to appear within the moon-embracing pavilion. With Flamewing as the center, the hurricanes were accompanied by blazing flames. In an instant, the temperature within the moon-embracing pavilion had reached a terrifying level. You've broken through? Lu Nantian, who was sitting in his seat, narrowed his eyes and asked in a low voice. He knew that Flamewing's strength was also in the Xuanzuan realm. It was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. After so many years, Flamewing had actually broken through to the Supremacy realm. Its talent was indeed not weak. It should be known that breaking through the 4 minor realms of the Supremacy realm was extremely difficult. Every minor realm was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Even Flamewing had spent more than 10 years at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm before breaking through. At this moment, Flamewing's head was held high with a smug smile on its face. A Supremacy realm expert was only 1 minor realm lower than a Xuanzuan realm expert, but the difference in strength was like heaven and earth. In front of a Supremacy realm expert, a Xuanzuan realm expert was nothing. Even if 10 Xuanzuan realm experts joined forces, they might not necessarily be a match for a Supremacy realm expert. This seat will give you a chance. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and 9 times. Break your own arms and apologize. Then, this seat will consider sparing your lowly life. Flamewing looked down at Lu Hantian coldly from high above. Inside the moon-embracing pavilion, the confrontation between Flamewing and Lu Hantian immediately attracted the attention of the other people in the pavilion. The geniuses of the other regions, including the Iseal County's county lord, all stared at the two with great interest. I really didn't expect Flamewing to have broken through to the Supremacy realm. It seems that the Lifire County is getting stronger and stronger. That old beggar is in for a bad time now that he's angered Flamewing. The second prince gracefully spoke to Mu Shui from his seat near the window. Mu Shui's beautiful eyes flashed and her eyebrows raised. Just now, Qiu Yin had transmitted a message to her saying that the old beggar's strength was unfathomable and that he should be a heavenly venerate expert. She knew that the one who would be in for a bad time wasn't the old beggar, but the snobbish Flamewing. You're as stupid as a pig. How dare you say that in front of your father? Well then, your father will teach you a lesson today. Lu Hantian couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with Flamewing. With a stomp of his foot, an even more terrifying aura swept over like a tidal wave. Flamewing's aura and Lu Hantian's aura were like the difference between heaven and earth. In the blink of an eye, Flamewing's face turned red. To its horror, it found that it couldn't move at all. Bang! In an instant, Lu Hantian arrived in front of Flamewing. He raised his right hand and slapped Flamewing across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed throughout the moon-embracing pavilion. Lu Hantian didn't hold back at all when he slapped Flamewing. A powerful palm wind whistled through the air, and Flamewing was sent flying like a willow in the wind. It spun 720 degrees in the air and finally fell heavily on the ground. Flamewing fell to the ground, but Lu Hantian didn't stop there. He raised his foot and stomped down on Flamewing's face. When his dirty foot came into contact with Flamewing's face, a dirty footprint appeared on it. Slap, slap, slap. Lu Hantian didn't hold back at all. Slap, slap. Poor Flamewing. It had just been stunned by Lu Hantian's slap, and now it was being trampled by Lu Hantian's smelly foot. Such humiliation almost drove Flamewing mad. However, no matter how Flamewing tried to circulate the energy in its body, it was shocked to find that it felt like a mountain was pressing down on it. A terrifying energy was pressing down on it, and no matter how it tried, it couldn't break free from Lu Hantian's smelly foot. How was this possible? Who is this person? How can he be so strong? Flamewing's face was filled with shock and anger. Lu Hantian's terrifying aura was pressing down on it, making it impossible for it to turn around. The entire moon-embracing pavilion became so silent that one could hear a pin drop. The only sound inside was the sound of Lu Hantian's foot slamming into Flamewing's face. At this moment, the sound was exceptionally clear and loud. The originally high-spirited Flamewing had been reduced to such a sorry state in the blink of an eye. Not only was young Master Lai Yun beside Flamewing stunned, but the other lords of the Icebound County were also stunned. Even Huang Fu Wuji, who had a scholarly smile on his face, froze. What a piece of trash! You dare to show off in front of me with such little strength? In the future, you better polish your dog eyes and see clearly. I'm your father. Try calling me father. If you don't, I will continue to kick you until you do. Lu Hantian's foot stomped on Flamewing's face, a mocking smile on his face. His indifferent voice slowly rang out, causing an uproar in the moon-embracing pavilion. This person was too arrogant. Flamewing was the lord of Li-Fire County, and the Qing Marquis that Emperor Qing had personally conferred upon him. But this person had indiscriminately reduced Flamewing to such a state. What was even more shocking was that this person wanted Flamewing to call him father. Cough, cough. Senior, I am Huang Fu Wuji, the second prince of the imperial family. Everyone has come to the moon-embracing pavilion to enjoy the grand event happening on the stage below, so please do not disturb everyone's mood. After all, where it is possible to make mistakes, one should forgive them. Huang Fu Wuji had an elegant demeanor. He wore a purple robe, and his temperament was otherworldly. A refined smile hung on his lips, giving off the feeling of a spring breeze. Since the second prince has stepped forward, this person should give second Prince Huang Fu Wuji some face. This person is able to stomp on Flamewing, who is a sovereign. His strength is at least at the Golden Venerable realm. Such a powerhouse can actually appear here. When did such a terrifying powerhouse appear in Muqing County? Huang Fu Wuji's appearance had also attracted the attention of many people. After all, Huang Fu Wuji had an extremely high status within the imperial city. He was elegant, courteous, and had a refined demeanor. Many people sought after him, and he was one of the strongest competitors for the position of imperial city's ruler. Once he became the ruler of the imperial city, he would command the entire Qing Xian Empire and control millions of soldiers. His status was only below the imperial family's guardian, Emperor Qing. It could be said that he was an existence that stood above tens of thousands. Huang Fu Wuji, I've never heard of you before. Since you want me to release him, then naturally I can. Have this dog call me father or kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times. Then I'll let this dog go. Lu Hantian glanced at Huang Fu Wuji, the corners of his mouth curling up. He simply didn't plan on giving Huang Fu Wuji any face. It had to be known that Lu Hantian's strength had reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. If Emperor Qing were to find out about this, he would definitely be placed in an important position. At that time, his status would absolutely be above Huang Fu Wuji's. Lu Hantian really didn't place Huang Fu Wuji in his eyes. Huang Fu Wuji frowned. He didn't think that even though he was the dignified second prince of the imperial family, this Lu Hantian wouldn't be able to tell good from bad. This caused Huang Fu Wuji, who was used to living a high and lofty life, to feel extremely uncomfortable. Senior, offending our imperial family is not a wise choice. I think that you should be a smart person, so you should know what to do. Release Flamewing. I will not report this matter. Huang Fu Wuji said in a heavy voice. At this moment, Flamewing, who was being stepped on, let out a light breath of relief as it saw Huang Fu Wuji plead on its behalf. It knew that with Huang Fu Wuji's status, he should be able to suppress this lawless old beggar. Chapter 650. Fear as Lu Hantian's words left his mouth. The atmosphere of the moon-embracing pavilion fell silent once more. Everyone looked at the sloppy Lu Hantian with strange expressions. They never thought that this sloppy beggar would be so unscrupulous to the point that he didn't even place Huang Fuwuji in his eyes. What did you say? Lu Hantian's rude words caused Huang Fuwuji to feel as if he had lost face. Moreover, this was in front of Mu Shui. He would never allow such a thing to happen. Old Shadow. This person has no regard for the laws of the land, and even insulted a member of the royal family. Do you know what you should do? Huang Fuwuji's face was gloomy as he spoke to the air beside him. The faint shadow beneath Huang Fuwuji's feet suddenly began to wriggle, instantly turning into a human figure. A hunchbacked, ugly, one-eyed old man slowly stepped out from the shadow. With a sinister smile, he said, "This person truly has no regard for the laws of the land. Since this person's cultivation is not easy, we only need to beat him half to death." Then we'll do as you say. Huang Fuwuji gently nodded, no longer paying attention to Lu Hantian. In his opinion, with Old Shadow's help, this person would inevitably be captured without a fight. Miss Mu, Old Shadow will quickly capture this troublemaker for disturbing your mood. Huang Fuwuji's handsome face revealed a warm smile as he spoke. The corners of Mu Shui's mouth curled up, but she did not reveal Lu Hantian's strength. This Lu Hantian had always been pestering her, and she had long since grown tired of him. Now that she was borrowing Lu Hantian's hands to rub off on Huang Fuwuji's spirit, she was naturally happy to do so. You really don't know the meaning of death. His Highness the Second Prince is already thinking highly of you by calling you senior. Not only do you not appreciate his kindness, but you also dare to speak rudely. Your death is not enough. Fortunately, His Highness the Second Prince is merciful and doesn't intend to take your life. He only needs to beat you half to death. Senior Shadow's back was stooped, and his only remaining eye was emitting a cold light. He stared at Lu Hantian as if he was staring at his prey. An aura even more terrifying than flame wings erupted from Senior Shadow's body. It actually seemed to be able to contend against Lu Hantian. What a terrifying aura. This old man is definitely a golden exalt. Just the aura he exudes is much stronger than flame wings. I wonder how the old beggar will deal with him. When the one-eyed old man unleashed his aura, everyone around him was visibly shaken. The one-eyed old man was simply too terrifying. His strength was definitely above Flame Wings. Flame Wing, who was under Lu Hantian's foot, revealed a look of joy. This one-eyed old man was a golden exalt. He could be saved. A mid-stage golden exalt dares to act all high and mighty in front of me? Scram! Lu Hantian didn't make a move. He just roared, and the aura on his body rose again. The one-eyed old man's aura was suddenly suppressed by Lu Hantian's aura. Ding! 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 The one-eyed old man's ugly face was filled with fear. He kept retreating as he stared straight at Lu Hantian. How can he be so terrifying? What is his cultivation level? Just his aura alone is enough to make me unable to resist. The one-eyed old man retreated a dozen steps as he thought to himself in shock and anger. If you dare to take another step forward, I'll kill you. At this moment, Lu Hantian's aura was like a rainbow. His messy hair danced in the wind. His originally unremarkable turbid eyes were now bright and full of spirit. They were as cold as ice, and there was a chilling, killing intent in his eyes. Feeling this terrifying killing intent, the one-eyed old man felt a chill run down his spine and a cold sweat drip down his back. This person was far too terrifying. If he really took a step forward, this person would absolutely be able to kill him. You are an Empyrean powerhouse. The one-eyed old man's eyes flashed as he asked, his lips trembling. The moment these words came out, the moon-embracing pavilion suddenly became silent. At the same time, it was accompanied by some sounds of sucking in cold air. No one would have thought that this old beggar in front of them who had not been heard of was actually an Empyrean realm powerhouse who concealed his strength deeply. Huang Fuwuji, who had been happily chatting with Mu Shui, suddenly froze as he saw the one-eyed old man retreat more than a dozen steps. Now that he heard the one-eyed old man's words, he stood up and stared at Lu Hantian with a cautious gaze. An Empyrean powerhouse. This was the peak of the Four Saints realm. In the Azure Profound Empire, there weren't many martial artists that could reach the Empyrean realm. Once one's strength reached the Empyrean realm, they would receive the favor and attention of the Azure Emperor. Being granted land was nothing difficult for them. Even the Azure Emperor had to treat such an existence with caution. Huang Fuwuji was only a prince. It was impossible for him to be negligent. Huang Fuwuji's eyes flashed. He suddenly smiled and said, "Old Shadow, come back." The one-eyed old man nodded and respectfully returned behind Huang Fuwuji. He stared at Lu Hantian with dread in his eyes. "Wuji offended you a moment ago. I hope that Senior won't take offense. I will not interfere in this matter. Senior could do whatever you want." Huang Fuwuji elegantly cupped his hands across his chest and apologized. There wasn't the slightest trace of discomfort on his face. Zhuowen, who was sitting on the side, narrowed his eyes and stared at the scholarly Huang Fuwuji. He thought to himself, this Huang Fuwuji schemes are truly deep. He had been planning on having Old Shadow teach Lu Hantian a lesson, but now that he saw Lu Hantian's formidable strength, he had actually directly apologized and admitted his wrongs without losing his grace. Whether it was in terms of scheming or shrewdness, this Huang Fuwuji was far more terrifying than an ordinary person. This person was extremely dangerous. It wasn't because Huang Fuwuji was strong, but because he had a deep understanding of the Emperor's schemes. His schemes were terrifying. If one offended this person, they wouldn't even know how they died. Thinking of this, Zhuowen was secretly on guard against this Huang Fuwuji. It was best not to come into contact with this person. Once he did, there was a high chance he would be plotted against. As Huang Fuwuji's words fell, Flame Wing, who was being stepped on by Lu Hantian, turned incomparably pale. He never thought that this sloppy old beggar would actually be a terrifying Empyrean powerhouse. In his heart, he screamed that he was finished. "It's best if you don't care." Lu Hantian grinned. He stepped on Flame Wing's cheek and said, "I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself. Kneel down, kowtow 3 times and kowtow 9 times, and call me father. Then I'll let you go." Flame Wing's face darkened as he heard this. It was impossible for him to submit, but now that he knew that this person was an Empyrean powerhouse, his heart began to waver. "Pa, hurry up and decide. Otherwise, I'll really cripple you," Lu Hantian coldly said as he kicked Flame Wing again. Plop! Flame Wing fell to his knees, a look of humiliation on his face. He kowtowed 3 times to Lu Hantian, suppressing his anger as he coldly said, "Father, you really are a good child. In the future, when you see your father, you have to be obedient, okay? Otherwise, I won't give you candy." Lu Hantian wildly laughed, his voice loud and clear. As soon as these words came out, everyone nearly fell over. Flame Wing nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He suppressed his anger and said, "Can I go now? Heh, scram for me. Pay attention to your father in the future. Don't embarrass me." Lu Hantian grinned and sent Flame Wing flying with a kick, his face full of ridicule. "Father, are you all right?" Young Master Lai Yun hurriedly supported the stumbling Flame Wing, his eyes full of hatred as he stared at Lu Hantian. After all, Lu Hantian had made such a scene. The Li-Fire Prefecture had lost all face. "Who exactly are you?" Flame Wing shook his head, his eyes red as he stared at Lu Hantian. "Didn't you call me father 100 years ago? You call me father again today. Why are you still asking such an idiotic question?" "I'm Lu Hantian. I came out of the Blood Demon's inheritance," Lu Hantian said indifferently. Lu Hantian. Flame Wing's pupils constricted and his face trembled. If he hadn't believed that this person was Lu Hantian before, now that he had seen how terrifying this old beggar was, he knew that this person wouldn't bother to lie to him. In other words, this person was Lu Hantian. The scene just now was so similar to what had happened 100 years ago. Flame Wing's cheeks burned as he recalled how he had been humiliated by Lu Hantian in front of everyone. "Lu Hantian, consider us unlucky today, but when the War of the 9 Counties begins, your Muqin Prefecture will suffer. You are indeed powerful, but the geniuses of your Muqin Prefecture are nothing but a bunch of trash." When the War of the Nine Counties begins, your Muqin prefecture will be completely destroyed by our Li-Fire prefecture. Flamewing's face paled. Since he wasn't a match for Lu Hantian, he could only suppress Lu Hantian with the strength of a prefecture. He wanted to regain his face through this. Although Lu Hantian had appeared out of nowhere, Muqin Prefecture's overall strength was ranked second from the bottom in the Qingxin Empire. There was a huge gap between them and the Li-Fire Prefecture. He believed that the geniuses of the Li-Fire Prefecture would be able to wipe out the geniuses of Muqin Prefecture. Oh, do you really want to die? Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Hey, this is the imperial capital. Lu Hantian, although you are powerful, you can't be so lawless. Are you so sure that the trash of your Muqin Prefecture can compete with the geniuses of our Li-Fire Prefecture?" Flamewing's face froze, but he still mustered up his courage to say those words. This was the Azure Emperor's territory. He didn't believe that Lu Hantian would dare to kill him. Trash every time you open your mouth. Are all of you brilliant geniuses from the Li-Fire Prefecture? As the saying goes, if the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. Even you, the prefecture lord of the Li-Fire Prefecture, kowtowed before Lu Hantian of our Muqin Prefecture and called him father. Then, the so-called geniuses under your jurisdiction should also call the geniuses of our Muqin Prefecture father. A son calling his father a good-for-nothing. This is a disgraceful act. Looks like everyone in your Li-Fire Prefecture is a bunch of uneducated bastards. If the prefecture lord can call someone father, then the others can even call him grandfather. Bastards are uneducated. A faint voice slowly rang out. It was clear and loud, and it resounded throughout the entire moon-embracing pavilion. The sneer on Flamewing's face slowly froze. These words were extremely vicious. They stuck to Flamewing's previous actions and smeared the names of all the geniuses of the Li-Fire Prefecture. Chapter 651. Moyen without death. This person was tall and slender, with shoulder-length black hair and a strange green coffin on his back. It was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen slowly stood up, his sharp eyes fearlessly meeting Flamewing's cold gaze. Are all the people of Muqin County so uncultured and ill-mannered? How dare you speak to me, you little bastard? Why do you have to speak to me? Flamewing's eyes were cold as he stared at Zhuowen, a cruel smile appearing on his lips. Hee. As the Lihua Commandery's county lord, you are the one who calls Big Brother Hantian father. You are the one who doesn't have the right to speak to me. Speaking of which, Big Brother Hantian treats us like brothers. You should call us uncle. Zhuowen's mouth twitched as he fearlessly met Flamewing's gaze. Flamewing had insulted the geniuses of Muqin County as a bunch of trash from the very beginning, which had already angered Zhuowen and the others. Naturally, Zhuowen would not show any mercy. Little bastard, shut your stinking mouth, or I'll tear it apart. The veins on Flamewing's forehead bulged. Having lost so much face in front of Lu Hantian, Flamewing was completely enraged. He didn't dare to touch Lu Hantian, but that didn't mean he didn't dare to touch a nobody like Zhuowen. I think you're the one who should shut up. Zhuowen is the genius of Muqin County. As my son, how dare you speak so rudely? Get out of the moon, reaching pavilion immediately. I feel a wave of disgust whenever I see a wastrel like you. Lu Hantian's vigorous voice instantly rang out. Immediately, the expression of Flamewing, who was about to flip out, turned ugly. It coldly glared at Zhuowen and coldly snorted. Then, it brought Lai Yun and left the moon-embracing pavilion. Once Flamewing left, the originally noisy moon-reaching pavilion became somewhat quiet. Whether it was the second prince or the lords of the other commanderies represented by Icebound County, none of them dared to underestimate Muqin County. Muqin County had a peerless expert like Lu Hantian. Even if the results of the Battle of the Nine Counties were not ideal, Emperor Qing would not mistreat Muqin County. With Emperor Qing's favor, Muqin County's future development would undoubtedly be much faster. Congratulations, Brother Hantian. You actually managed to escape from the inheritance grounds of the Blood Devil. As the saying goes, those who survive a great disaster are bound to have good fortune in the future. The profound, ice old man smiled and cupped his hands at Lu Hantian. He had a sincere smile on his face. This Lu Hantian's cultivation was higher than his, so he naturally wouldn't neglect him. Following profound, ice old man's example, the other commanderies behind him also enthusiastically greeted Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian only responded with an indifferent expression, but he was sneering in his heart. In the beginning, when LV Nantian had been targeted by Flame Wing, these people had gloated over his misfortune. Now that he had displayed his strength, they had become so enthusiastic. Naturally, this was because they valued his strength. Beside old man Xin Bing, when Aoshue, who had snow-white hair and white eyes, lifted her pretty face slightly. She merely glanced at LV Tao in an indifferent manner. As for the other geniuses, they were basically ignored by her. In any case, Louis Tao was ranked 15th on the Azure Emperor ranking and the number 1 genius of Muqing County. Among all the geniuses in Muqing County, only Louis Tao was worthy of her attention. As for the other geniuses, they didn't even have the qualifications to be looked at. Although Zhuowen's courage in mocking Flame Wing was commendable, when Aoshue still didn't put him in her eyes. She only recognized strength, not courage. Without strength, no matter how courageous one would only be a brute. Such people would die the quickest. In Wen Aoshue's eyes, Zhuowen's mocking of Flame Wing was extremely stupid. If it wasn't for Lu Hantian, she knew that this brat who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth would die without a doubt. How could she put such a person in her eyes? Louis Tao, I heard that you've also advanced to the peak 6-wheel Emperor realm. It seems like your talent is pretty good. You've improved quite quickly in the past 2 years. When Aoshue directly ignored the others around Louis Tao and stared at Zhuowen with her snow-white eyes. Her cold voice was like a world of ice and snow, causing the surrounding people to feel bone-chilling coldness. It's all right. However, I still can't compare to you, Wen Aoshue. Louis Tao nodded faintly and said softly, It's natural that you can't compare to me. The gap between us is too big. Wen Aoshue nodded and said very naturally. His casual attitude of being high and mighty immediately caused the others, aside from LVE Tao, to frown. This Wen Aoshue was really too arrogant. This kind of invisible contempt was even more infuriating than deliberate contempt. However, Wen Aoshue did have the right to be arrogant. She was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor list and was the only monstrous genius who was closest to the top geniuses in the imperial capital. She could also be said to be the number 1 genius of the younger generation in the imperial capital. Zhuowen glanced at Wen Aoshue indifferently and shook his head inwardly. This girl was too arrogant, just like a proud peacock. She simply didn't put anyone in her eyes. Although he didn't like her attitude, Wen Aoshue wasn't him. Naturally, he wouldn't pay much attention to her. The gap between us is indeed not small. However, I, Louis Tao, am not the strongest representative of Muqing County. The strongest representative is someone else. His strength might not be as good as yours, but it won't be too far off. Louis Tao didn't show any anger because of Wen Aoshue's words. He was still as calm as before. You're not the strongest representative? Are you joking? Wen Aoshue curled her lips, her face filled with disbelief. It's up to you to believe it or not. In any case, I'm not the strongest representative of Muqing County. As Louis Tao spoke, he glanced at Zhuowen, who was not far away. The smile on his face became even more intense. He was very confident in Zhuowen. Although Zhuowen's cultivation was not as good as Wen Aoshue's, Zhuowen was a monstrous genius who had grasped the spear intent. This spear intent was enough to make up for the gap between his cultivation and Wen Aoshue's. Wen Aoshue instead shook her head and sneered endlessly in her heart. As far as she was concerned, LVE Tao was only deliberately mystifying her, and it was a strategy that intentionally made her feel anxious and uncertain. The so-called strongest representative that was even stronger than her was utterly false. The 8 counties have been gathered. Everyone, let's have a good drink and chat in the moon-embracing pavilion. Let's celebrate the opening of the Battle of the 9 Counties tomorrow. Later, the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion, Moyan Wushang, will appear and play a song for everyone. Lady Sue's loud and clear voice slowly sounded. As soon as these words came out, there was a sudden burst of cheers from the moon embracing pavilion. Miss Wushang will appear today. It's really rare. Yes. Usually, there are not many opportunities to see Miss Wushang play a song. I heard that Miss Wushang is peerless. She is good at singing and dancing. She is good at poetry, music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. She is an all-around talented woman. I also heard that this woman's identity is extremely mysterious. A year ago, she suddenly appeared in the Drunken Spring Pavilion and sang a song. Her song shocked everyone and shocked everyone. It was because of that song that Miss Wushang became the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion. As soon as Lady Sue's words came out, there was an uproar around. Obviously, the so-called Moyen Wushang was extremely famous in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Brother Liu, this Moyen Wushang was the star of the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Even in the Imperial City, his fame spread far and wide. This woman was proficient in music, and a single song she sang was like a heavenly melody, leaving people with endless aftertastes and thoughts running wild. Many high-ranking officials and dignitaries in the Imperial City are willing to spend a lot of money just to hear this woman's music. Today, Miss Wushang actually appeared in person and played a song for us. It really shocked us. This is really a treatment that can't be bought with money. Qiu Xiaoyan grinned, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. Obviously, Qiu Xiaoyan was also extremely excited to be able to hear Moyen Wushang's music. Miss Muxue. This Moyen Wushang is the lead artist of Drunken Spring Pavilion. His music is famous in the Imperial City, and his songs can move the entire Imperial City. This song only exists in the heavens. Miss Muxue, please enjoy it. The corners of Huangfu Wuji's mouth curled up. Within his deep eyes, there was a trace of excitement. Even Huangfu Wuji was looking forward to hearing Moyen of Wushang's music. If it's really as Second Prince said, then I'm really looking forward to hearing it. Muxue nodded. Her beautiful eyes inadvertently glanced at Zhuowen's back and landed on the stage below. At this moment, a group of graceful dancers had appeared on the stage. They were dancing gracefully, swaying with the wind. Their bodies were covered by light gauze, and they looked like fairies in the wind. They were as natural and unrestrained as birds. This scene was too beautiful to be imagined. Dong! The clear sound of a guzheng slowly spread out from the stage. It was like high mountains and flowing water, like a stream passing through a crack, like a stone falling into water, like a cool breeze caressing grass. The faint sound gradually spread out from the center of the stage. The music was slowly played out, and like a cool breeze, it brushed past everyone's hearts. It actually caused everyone in the moon-embracing pavilion to quiet down. Everyone was quietly standing or sitting as they quietly savored the song. The artistic conception of the song, the beauty of the song, was vividly displayed in this melody. It caused everyone's hearts to obtain an unprecedented tranquility, as well as a trace of sadness. The cold cicada's mournful cry, facing the long pavilion at night. The rain has just stopped. The tent of the capital has no place to drink, just lingering. The orchid boat is activated. Holding hands, looking at tearful eyes, speechless. Thoughts go 1,000 miles of smoke, the evening mist heavy, Chu Tianqua. Affectionate since ancient times, the sorrow of parting, even more so, the cold autumn festival. Will I wake up tonight? The willow bank, the morning breeze, and waning moon. Gone for many years, it should be a good time in name only. Even if there are 1,000 kinds of amorous feelings, waiting to be told to anyone, the beautiful melody, accompanied by the elegant lyrics, was slowly recited in a clear voice. Faint sadness, faint emotions. At this moment, it was like a gushing spring. It surged in everyone's hearts, causing everyone to unknowingly fall into this melancholy mood. Chapter 652. The morning bell, an evening drum as the lament fell. The entire arena fell into an unconcealable silence. Everyone sat quietly, their eyes narrowed, as if they were still savoring that heart-shaking song. Good. What a good line, with 1,000 different emotions. Who will tell it to? An elegant and clear voice sounded out from within the moon-embracing pavilion. Huangfu Wuji slowly stood up, his hands clapping. His handsome face was filled with appreciation and emotion. Lve Tao, Zhuowen, and the others couldn't help but nod. This lament had indeed sung into the hearts of everyone present. That mournful melancholy that was about to be broken, that was about to leave, floated in the hearts of everyone present. Who didn't have an unforgettable melancholy in their hearts? Who didn't have a regretful memory in their hearts? It was just that most people buried these feelings deep within their hearts. But today, this lament was like a chisel that broke through the walls of everyone's hearts, resonating with everyone present. Huangfu Wuji couldn't help but stand up and applaud. Across from Huangfu Wuji, Mu Shue's face was covered by a veil, and her aura was otherworldly. Ripples began to appear in her bright, moon-like eyes. Her beautiful eyes turned, and she stared in a daze at the figure carrying the green coffin not too far away. There was an unknown fluctuation in her eyes. At this moment, Zhuowen frowned slightly. This lament had similarly reached the bottom of his heart and touched his nerves. It actually caused him to feel slightly choked up, but he was extremely resistant to this feeling of being touched. The origin energy within his body circulated, and his expression returned to normal once more. As if he had sensed something, Zhuowen tilted his head. Behind him, his eyes met with a pair of bright moon-like eyes. For a moment, Zhuowen and Mu Shui were both startled. The originally indifferent Mu Shui hurriedly avoided Zhuowen's gaze. She tilted her head to look at the stage outside the window. Beneath the veil covering her face, a crimson blush appeared. Zhuowen was naturally unable to perceive the change in Mu Shui's demeanor. He only felt somewhat surprised. He felt that this woman's attitude towards him was somewhat different from others. As for what exactly was different, he simply couldn't tell. Huangfu Wuji's 5 senses were quite sharp. He immediately realized that Zhuowen was staring straight at Zhuowen. His eyebrows wrinkled as he looked down at Zhuowen and lightly said, "Boy, there are some things that you can't see with your dog eyes. You'd better have some self-awareness." Originally, Zhuowen had been lost in thought because of Mu Shui's attitude. But at this moment, as he heard this voice, he shifted his gaze and looked at Huangfu Wuji, who was looking down at him from above. He indifferently said, "As the saying goes, a dog's mouth cannot spit out ivory." I didn't believe it first, but now I do. A dog's mouth can really spit out ivory. As these words came out, Huangfu Wuji narrowed his eyes. How could he not understand the sarcasm in Zhuowen's words? Zhuowen was mocking him for having a dog's mouth. This caused Huangfu Wuji's complexion to gradually turn gloomy. He was the second prince of the imperial family. His power was monstrous, and his status was lofty. No one dared to speak to him in such a manner. But today, this little brat in front of him had actually dared to speak without thinking and insult him for having a dog's mouth. With his proud temperament, how could he endure this? Senior Shadow, today is a grand occasion for the intoxicating spring pavilion. It is not appropriate to kill. You only need to cut off this boy's arms and cripple his cultivation. Huangfu Wuji coldly said as he glanced at Zhuowen. In his opinion, Zhuowen was only an insignificant genius of the Muqin County. As long as he didn't touch Lu Han Tian, then Lu Han Tian should give him some face. Thus, he had no fear as he commanded Senior Shadow. As Huangfu Wuji spoke, Zhuowen's heart turned cold. This Huangfu Wuji seemed gentle on the surface, but when he did things, he was actually ruthless and overbearing. He had only spoken a few words of sarcasm, but he actually wanted to cut off his arms and cripple his cultivation. To a martial artist, this was worse than death. Your Highness Second Prince, please rest assured that this old man will handle this properly. Senior Shadow wickedly smiled. He had made a fool of himself in front of Lu Han Tian just now, and this had clearly caused Huangfu Wuji to be somewhat displeased. Now that he had dealt with this boy who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth, this would make up for the displeasure in Huangfu Wuji's heart. Bang! In an instant, Senior Shadow attacked. His claw grasped at the void, and a terrifying energy shot out, directly attacking Zhuan. It was so fast that no one was able to react. Zhuan's complexion changed. This senior shadow was a golden, venerable powerhouse. In front of such a powerhouse, he didn't even have the strength to resist. Fuck off. If you dare to touch Zhuan, this father will slaughter you. A loud roar sounded out. Then, the originally high-spirited senior shadow howled miserably. Like a withered leaf, he was sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground and creating a deep crater. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura withered. Lu Hantian slowly walked to Zhuan's side. He coldly glared at Huangfu Wuji and lightly said, "Do you still want to move against him?" Huangfu Wuji's complexion stiffened. As he looked at the distressed senior shadow, his complexion became extremely ugly. But there was a slight fluctuation in his heart. He could feel that Lu Hantian cared a great deal about this youth with the blue coffin on his back. After thinking it over, Huangfu Wuji finally decided not to offend Lu Hantian. This was an Empyrean powerhouse. Even he couldn't afford to offend such a powerhouse. Then Wuji will give Senior Hantian some face and let this arrogant brat go for the time being. But I hope that some people will pay attention to this. There are some things that cannot be coveted by lowly people. Huangfu Wuji said with deep meaning. Then, he calmly sat back down in his seat, as if he wasn't embarrassed at all. As for Senior Shadow, his complexion was gloomy. He struggled to crawl up and silently stood behind Huangfu Wuji, not saying a single word. What a deep, scheming, and shrewd person. This person is far too dangerous. Zhuo narrowed his eyes. He looked at the calm Huangfu Wuji with dread in his eyes. This Huangfu Wuji's schemes far surpassed that of an ordinary person. He was like a viper hiding in the dark. Who knew when he would plot against you? Zhuo naturally had to be on guard against him. Miss Wushang is coming out. Suddenly, the entire moon-embracing pavilion was in an uproar. Everyone's eyes were filled with anticipation as they stared at the stage below. At this moment, the graceful dancers on the stage slowly retreated behind the curtain. Behind the hazy gauze, a slender and elegant figure slowly appeared as the gauze fluttered in the wind. When the gauze was completely removed, a beautiful figure holding a pipa and wearing a flowing dress finally appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. Everyone's eyes stared directly at this beautiful figure without stopping for even a moment. A pale pink dress wrapped around her body, with a white gauze covering it, revealing the beautiful lines of her neck and clearly visible collarbones. The creases of her dress were like snow and moonlight, flowing down to the ground. It was more than 3 feet long, causing her gait to be even more graceful and beautiful. Her long black hair was tied up with a hairband, with a butterfly hairpin inserted into her hair. A wisp of black hair hung in front of her chest. There was a thin layer of makeup on her face, which only added to the color. Her cheeks were faintly discernible, creating a delicate and lovely appearance. Her entire person was like a butterfly fluttering in the wind, or like a clear and pure snow. This woman stood gracefully in the center of the stage. Although there was nothing around her, she was still like the brightest star in the night sky, involuntarily attracting everyone's attention. This woman's temperament and appearance were top-notch. She was devastatingly beautiful and unparalleled in the world. She was completely comparable to Mu Qinxue, whom Zhuoan had met before. Even Zhuoan could not help but be stunned by this woman. Moyan Wushang, unparalleled in talent and appearance. Wushang gently faced the direction of the moon, embracing pavilion, and bowed gracefully. Her voice, like a lark, slowly resounded. "I am Wushang. Thank you for coming to support me this time." Wushang is extremely grateful. Dong. After saying this, Wushang's jade-like hand gently waved. A pleasant sound of a zither rang out, followed by the creaking sound of gears rolling around the entire stage. Then, the huge stage slowly separated from the middle. Everyone immediately saw that under the stage, a war drum that was several feet tall was slowly rising. The war drum was rusty and dirty. At a glance, it was obvious that it had been there for a long time. Dong. As soon as the war drum appeared, a melodious sound of the drum suddenly soared into the sky. The sound of the drum was swift and fierce, overbearing and lingering. It had a soul-stirring feeling. This drum was not ordinary. This was the thought in everyone's mind at this moment. This drum is called the morning bell and evening drum. It is a rhythm, spiritual treasure. However, because of its age, no one has consecrated it yet. This drum was obtained by me from an ancient ruin. As for what level of spiritual treasure it is, I do not know. Only after it is consecrated can I know the level of this spiritual treasure. This drum is extremely important to me. If there is a young master who can consecrate this drum, I am willing to play the song Bodhisattva Barbarian for that young master tonight. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire moon-embracing pavilion was in an uproar. They did not expect that Moyen Wushang would actually want to play the song Bodhisattva Barbarian for someone. The song Bodhisattva Barbarian was extremely famous in the imperial capital. When Moyen Wushang suddenly came to the drunken spring pavilion, Emperor Qing had looked for Moyen Wushang alone. Moyen Wushang had once played the song for Emperor Qing. After coming out, Emperor Qing looked up to the sky and laughed loudly. He roared, "Misty rain is boundless and boundless. Tortoises and snakes lock up the great river. What a good song, Bodhisattva Barbarian." It actually allowed me to enter the metaphysical realm. Ha! At this point, the song Bodhisattva Barbarian had shaken the imperial capital. Everyone knew that Moyen Wushang's Bodhisattva Barbarian could allow someone to enter the metaphysical realm. One had to know that the stronger a martial artist was, the harder it would be to enter the metaphysical realm. In the past, when Zhuowen was weak, he had entered the metaphysical realm a few times. However, ever since he had advanced to the ultimate emperor realm, he had not entered the metaphysical realm at all. Emperor Qing had reached the supreme emperor realm. For such a strong martial artist to enter the metaphysical realm was extremely difficult. It was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. However, the song Bodhisattva Barbarian was actually able to allow someone like Emperor Qing to enter the metaphysical realm. It could be seen how precious Bodhisattva Barbarian was to martial artists. And it was because of Emperor Qing that Moyen Wushang's reputation was so great when he first came to the imperial capital. Almost all of the high officials and dignitaries of the imperial capital came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion to listen to Moyen Wushang's magical song. Chapter 653. Beat the Drum. This Bodhisattva Barbarian is so mysterious. It can actually allow a martial artist to enter the profound understanding realm. Zhuowen raised his eyebrows as he spoke. Zhuowen had once entered the profound understanding realm. He was very clear on the benefits of entering the profound understanding realm. The stronger a martial artist was, the more benefits they could obtain after entering the profound understanding realm. Of course, entering the profound understanding realm was also more difficult. The Bodhisattva Barbarian was able to allow a powerhouse like Emperor Qing to enter the profound understanding realm. This was enough to prove how amazing this song was. Everyone's eyes were blazing. Who didn't want to enter the profound understanding realm? Their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. Now that the opportunity was in front of them, they naturally didn't want to let it go. Wen Aoshue's cold face and Huangfu Wuji's indifferent face also revealed a trace of passion. The profound understanding realm was also what they longed for. Miss Wushang, how do you consecrate the morning bell and evening drum? There should be a specific solution, right? Huangfu Wuji slowly stood up and lightly smiled. In the center of the stage, Moyen Wushang nodded. His jade-like hands gently stroked the surface of the morning bell and evening drum. He said, "If you want to consecrate the morning bell and evening drum, there are two conditions. The first is to strike the drum 10 times. The second is to sing a song and cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate. Only when these two conditions are met will the morning bell and evening drum be consecrated." With these words, Huangfu Wuji frowned. He was quite confident in striking the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. However, if a song were to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate, that would be difficult. He knew that Moyan Wushang had brought out the morning bell and evening drum. This meant that even Moyan Wushang, who excelled at singing, was unable to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate. Who wants to come up and try? Moyan Wushang's clear voice was like a lark as it slowly rang out. The entire arena was silent for a moment. Although many people were restless, Moyan Wushang's conditions were indeed difficult. Who knew what kind of song would be able to cause the morning bell and evening drum to resonate? I'll go first. In the crowd below the moon embracing pavilion, a black-clothed man around the age of 25 leaped up onto the enormous stage. With one step, he instantly arrived in front of the morning bell and evening drum in the center of the stage. At this moment, Moyan Wushang's clothes were fluttering in the wind as he stood gracefully on the edge of the stage. His flawless eyes were quietly staring at the black-clothed youth in front of the morning bell and evening drum. At this moment, the black-clothed youth's face was quite solemn. He bent his waist and took a step forward. A terrifying aura burst out from his body. The powerful aura formed irregularly rotating hurricanes around his body. A four-wheel ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes in the moon-embracing pavilion. When the black-robed youth released this terrifying aura, he instantly determined that this person was a mid-stage ultimate emperor. Dong! The black-clothed youth smashed his fist on the drum. Suddenly, the sound of the drum spread out with a penetrating force. With the stage as the center, the sound waves of the drum spread out in all directions in a circular shape, forming a terrifying air wave in the surroundings. Dong! 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 The black-clothed youth's expression changed slightly because he discovered that when his fist hit the drum, a terrifying repulsive force suddenly resounded from the drum. Immediately, his body was involuntarily forced back by this repulsive force. Umph! Give me the second beat. The black-clothed youth snorted coldly. He took a step forward again and punched out. A terrifying fist force erupted and immediately blasted against the drum. Rumble! A frightening sound that was like the Shin thunder from the nine heavens suddenly surged out from within the morning bell and evening drum. It was like thunder surging, and the sound was ear-piercing. A force that was even more frightening than before was also reflected from the drum surface. Puffed! The black-clothed youth didn't even have time to react before the repulsive force blasted against his chest. The terrifying force immediately caused the black-clothed youth to spit out blood and fly back like a falling leaf. Rumble! After flying back more than 10 meters, the black-clothed youth smashed into the ground. He clutched his chest, and his face was filled with fear. He didn't think that the force transmitted from the drum would be so terrifying. Only 2 beats. Moyan Wushang shook his head gently. A trace of disappointment appeared on his face. All the cultivators in the moon-embracing pavilion were surprised as well. The black-clothed youth was an ultimate Emperor Realm cultivator, but he had only been able to make 2 sounds. Wasn't this a little too exaggerated? The restless hearts of the martial art practitioners who were originally below the ultimate four-wheel emperor level instantly quieted down. The black-robed youth was stronger than him, but he could only beat the war drum twice. What more could they do? The morning bell and evening drum is indeed not simple. Zhuowen's eyes shone brightly as he muttered to himself. After the black-clothed youth's failure, the commotion in the surroundings quieted down. Many cultivators who weren't strong enough basically gave up and no longer dared to go up. After a moment of silence, several figures flashed out from below the moon-embracing pavilion. They came before the morning bell and evening drum and attempted to beat the drum. Dong! 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 For a moment, the distant sound of the drum rang out continuously from the center of the stage. It was quite neat and loud. Unfortunately, many people went up and changed batches, but no one was able to make more than 5 beats. The strongest was a mid-stage, 5-wheel Emperor Realm cultivator. He managed to make 4 beats, stunning many people. I'll go up and try. Suddenly, Qiu Xiaoyun, who was sitting next to Zhuowen, stood up and stared at the giant war drum on the stage with a burning gaze. His strength was at the peak of the 5-wheel Emperor Realm, and he was the #1 genius of Luoyan County. His strength was far greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Whoosh! Qiu Shaoyan stomped his foot and flew out of the moon embracing pavilion. He landed lightly in the center of the stage. His posture was elegant, and he was in high spirits. The genius of the moon embracing pavilion has finally made his move. I wonder how many beats he can make. He'll definitely be able to make more than 5 beats. I know this person. He's the #1 genius of Luoyan County, Qiu Shaoyan. He's proficient in palm techniques and knows the colossal falling sun palm. He's extremely powerful. Qiu Shaoyan's arrival immediately caused an uproar among the people below the moon embracing pavilion. Many people stared at Qiu Shaoyan, looking forward to seeing how many beats he could make. Brother Qiu, I wonder if Shaoyan can make 10 beats? Lu Nantian looked at Qiu Shaoyan and nodded. He was quite impressed. 10 beats will be very difficult. However, he should be able to make it more than 5 beats. Qiu Changsheng smiled, but he was slightly nervous. Qiu Shaoyan was the #1 genius of Luoyan County. He hoped that Qiu Shaoyan could make a few more beats. That way, he would be able to bring glory to Luoyan County. Young master, please begin. Moyan Wushang hugged his pipa and smiled. Qiu Shaoyan nodded and took a deep breath. He stared at the drum in front of him. He took a step forward and punched the drum with a terrifying might. Dong! The sound of the bell burst out, and a powerful repulsive force appeared on Qiu Shaoyan's body. However, Qiu Shaoyan did not move at all. He was like a boulder as he punched the drum again. Dong! 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 For consecutive beats sounded. Qiu Shaoyan actually made 5 beats in one breath. When the 5th beat sounded, Qiu Shaoyan groaned and took 3 steps back. Oomph! Great collapsing sun palm. Qiu Shaoyan snorted coldly as a terrifying aura burst out from his body. A palm that was emitting golden light shuttled through space and slammed onto the drum. It was as if the sun had set and slammed onto the drum. Dong! Dong! 2 consecutive palms caused the drum to let out 2 loud beats. Suddenly, the sound waves spread out and an even more terrifying force descended and bombarded Qiu Shaoyan's chest. Qiu Shaoyan groaned and retreated several steps back. He barely managed to stabilize his body after retreating dozens of steps. He looked at the drum in front of him in fear. He knew very well that he had already reached his limit. If he continued to beat the drum, he would exceed his limit and his end would not be much better than the black-clothed youth who had gone on stage for the first time. Qiu Shaoyan's eyes flashed, but he did not dare to beat the drum for the 8th time. He sighed and returned to the moon embracing pavilion. 7 beats. As expected of the #1 genius of Luoyan County. He can actually beat the drum 7 times. Amazing. After Qiu Shaoyan left, a wave of praises sounded from the surroundings. At first, they did not take the morning bell and evening drum too seriously, but after seeing so many people return in failure, they knew how difficult it was to beat the morning bell and evening drum. Before Qiu Shaoyan, the strongest cultivator could only beat it 4 times, but Qiu Shaoyan could beat it 7 times. It was enough to show that Qiu Shaoyan's strength far surpassed other cultivators. Brother Qiu, is the morning bell and evening drum really that difficult? Even you can only beat it 7 times? After Qiu Shaoyan sat down, LV Yitao frowned slightly. In any case, Qiu Shaoyan was in existence at the peak of the ultimate emperor realm. Yet, he could only sound the drum 7 times. Sounding the morning bell and evening drum was a little too difficult. It is indeed difficult. The surface of the drum will transmit a terrifying rebound force, and the more you hit it, the more terrifying the rebound force will be. When you hit it 7 times, the rebound force will be too terrifying, and I've already reached my limit. Qiu Shaoyan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The difficulty of beating the morning bell and evening drum was beyond his expectations. I'll give a try. LV Tao frowned and stood up. With a leap, he arrived at the center of the stage. LV Tao did not act pretentiously. He beat the drum as soon as he arrived. Dong dong dong. The distant sound of the drum rang out. LV Tao's strength had reached the 6-wheel emperor realm, and he was even stronger than Xiao Xiaoyan. He beat the drum 5 times in a row without stopping. The 7th time, LVE Tao raised his handsome eyebrows and punched out with his right palm. A terrifying aura spread out. The 7th drum beat was like a monstrous tsunami that rolled over the sea. A terrifying rebound force crushed LVE Tao's body like a towering mountain. LVE Tao felt his body sink, and an even more terrifying aura surged out. It easily neutralized the rebound force. LVE Tao bent down again and punched out again. So strong. This person is about to beat the 8th time. I wonder if he can beat it? Chapter 654. Hypocritical idiot. At this moment, LVE Tao's face was extremely solemn. He took a step forward, and the aura on his body rose to the peak. His right fist suddenly punched out, and a terrifying power formed a terrifying spiral around his body. Boom! A terrifying sound like thunder rang out. LVE Tao's fist arrived in an instant and fiercely hit the drum. An intense and melodious sound of the drum resounded, and a terrifying pressure erupted from the drum, causing LVE Tao's face to change. Dang, dang, dang. The crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. LVE Tao continuously retreated until he was barely able to stabilize his body after more than 10 steps. A trace of cherry red blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It seems that the 8th strike is my limit. LVE Tao bitterly smiled. The morning bell and evening drum was indeed not simple. Even he could only beat it 8 times. He really did not know who could beat it 10 times. Perhaps the 3 of them have a chance. LVE Tao's gaze shifted and landed on the moon embracing pavilion. He saw Zhuoan, who was carrying a green coffin, the indifferent Wen Aoshue, and the indifferent Huang Fuwuji. He knew that only these 3 people could beat the war drum 10 times. To be able to beat it 8 times, this LVE Tao's strength is not bad. After all, it is not easy to beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. After the 8th strike of the bell ended, the surroundings burst into an uproar. Although LVE Tao was not able to last until the end, it was already commendable. With Xiao Xiaoyun and LVE Tao taking the lead, the other geniuses in the moon-embracing pavilion were also eager to give it a try. They rubbed their shoulders and walked onto the stage to beat the war drum. Dong, dong, dong. The bell continued to ring. Most of the geniuses in the moon-embracing pavilion went up to beat the war drum in an orderly manner. Most of them were able to beat it 5 times. However, the highest result was maintained by LVE Tao. 8 strikes was considered the highest result. This result caused the crowd around the moon-embracing pavilion to be somewhat disappointed. There were even some people who shook their heads. Let me do it. Finally, Wen Aoshue, who had been standing beside the profound Iceman with a cold expression, slowly stood up. Her cold voice resounded around the moon-embracing pavilion. Wen Aoshue's words immediately caused an uproar. The other geniuses might not be able to attract the attention of the crowd, but this cold woman had no choice but to attract the attention of the crowd. This was because Wen Aoshue was ranked 11th on the Green Emperor list. She was the strongest person in the 8 regions. There was no need to doubt her strength. Wen Aoshue's finally made a move. I wonder how many strikes she will be able to beat. Wen Aoshue is extremely powerful. It is said that he has reached the early stage of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. Wen Aoshue's appearance immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd. Some of the audience members who were originally yawning also focused their attention on Wen Aoshue's proud figure at this moment. Whoosh! Wen Aoshue stepped on the air and floated onto the stage. Her snow-white hair draped over her shoulders. Her cold face had actually condensed traces of frost. Not only that, but the area around her was like a world of ice and snow. Even Huang Fuwuji's and Mu Shue's gazes converged on this woman who was emitting a cold aura from head to toe. There was a sliver of expectation in their eyes as they waited to see if the number 1 person in the 8 great counties would be able to beat the great drum 10 times. When Aoshue extended her snow-white hand and flicked her finger, a terrifying ice energy spread out. Even the air seemed to have solidified as it struck the drum. Dong, 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 dong. In an instant, 5 loud and clear drum beats resounded continuously around the stage. They were like a great bell, distant and resonant. There are actually 5 drum beats at the same time. Wen Aoshue might have to bear the terrifying rebound force of 5 drum beats at once. I wonder if she can withstand it? Looking at Wen Aoshue's arrogant actions, many of the surrounding people cried out in surprise. 1 rebound force was already terrifying enough. This woman actually planned to withstand 5 at the same time. She was crazy and arrogant enough. Wen Aoshue's expression was still cold, and she was not moved at all. She stretched out her jade-like hand in the air and suddenly pointed. Instantly, a terrifying icy energy spread out and turned into an oval ice mirror that was as tall as a person. Boom! The 5 rebound forces instantly bombarded the ice mirror. Only a hissing sound could be heard. The bright ice mirror was as solid as iron and was not damaged at all. However, the terrifying rebound force was completely offset by the ice mirror and turned into nothingness. The 5 rebound forces were all blocked. This Wen Aoshue is indeed terrifying. Looking at Wen Aoshue, who was like a boulder and did not move at all, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Blocking 5 rebound forces at the same time was indeed shocking. After blocking the 5 rebound forces, Wen Aoshue's body did not move at all. She gently stepped forward and flicked her finger again. Dong! Dong! Another 3 drum beats sounded out at the same time, and 3 even more terrifying rebounding forces followed. At the same time, they acted on Wen Aoshue's body. A terrifying pressure descended, and the stage actually shook violently, as if it was about to collapse. A trace of seriousness finally appeared on Wen Aoshue's cold face. Wen Aoshue gently waved her jade-like hand, and countless ice energy condensed in front of her, forming a huge ice wall. Boom! The 3 rebounding forces smashed onto the ice wall. Instantly, the seemingly indestructible ice wall began to violently tremble. Wen Aoshue's pretty face also paled a little. However, the ice wall ultimately managed to block the rebounding forces. She has struck the 8th time. It will be the 9th time soon. The crowd began to look forward to it. Wen Aoshue's face was as serious as ice. Her jade-like hand flicked her finger again, and the ice energy condensed to the extreme. Her snow-white hair danced in the wind and actually condensed into ice frost. At this moment, it actually looked demonic and beautiful. Dong! In the end, Wen Aoshue struck the 9th time. Instantly, within the morning bell and evening drum, an extremely terrifying pressure burst forth. It formed a spiral shape and fiercely crushed down. The entire stage actually trembled once again, and traces of cracks appeared. Pucci! Under such terrifying pressure, Wen Aoshue actually spat out a mouthful of red blood. However, her body was like a pine tree that stood proudly and actually forcefully withstood the rebound force of the 9th drumbeat. She has blocked the 9th drumbeat. Wen Aoshue might be able to do the 10th. The crowd began to look forward to it. Although Wen Aoshue's current condition was not good, she had already struck the 9th drumbeat and was extremely close to the 10th. Everyone was looking forward to Wen Aoshue's 10th drumbeat. Wen Aoshue took a deep breath and gently took a step back. She also knew that this was a crucial moment, and there was absolutely no room for any mistakes. The last one, Wen Aoshue pointed her jade-like hand, and an even more terrifying ice energy surged out. With a flick of her finger, the terrifying energy condensed and directly hit the drum. Boom! Before the energy arrived, the morning bell and evening drum actually emitted an even more terrifying pressure. This pressure had almost reached an unprecedented level. The ice energy that was shot out from Wen Aoshue's fingertip was actually forcefully blocked and then shot towards Wen Aoshue. At this moment, Wen Aoshue's face was incomparably pale, and there was a smear of fear in her eyes. This ice energy was Wen Aoshue's most powerful attack, and had almost consumed most of her energy. At this moment, she no longer had any extra energy to resist. She knew that if she was hit by this energy, she would definitely die. Whoosh! The instant the rebound force came into effect, a figure pulled when Aoshue over, and, with a shake of his sleeve, the rebound force was easily erased by this figure. This person was the region lord of the Icebound County, the profound Ice Old Man. At this moment, his face was extremely solemn, and there was even a hint of anger on his face. When Aoshue was too reckless, she actually bet all of her energy on the 10th drumbeat. This was simply a joke with her life. Do what you can in the future. Do you understand? The profound Ice Old Man returned to the moon-embracing pavilion and put down when Aoshue, as he sternly said, "Yes, master." Aoshue knows she was wrong. When Aoshue lowered her head and said in a soft voice, the profound Ice Old Man nodded and no longer pursued this matter. Instead, his eyes converged on the nearby Huangfu Wuji. He knew that if when Aoshue was unable to beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times, then there was only Huangfu Wuji who had a refined smile on his face. When Aoshue's failure immediately caused the surrounding crowd to shake their heads and sigh. When Aoshue was the #1 genius of the 8 large counties, but even she had failed. Perhaps there was no one else in the 8 large counties that could beat the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. Perhaps only the top 10 rankers of the Azure Emperor Proclamation of the Imperial Capital could possibly do so. Thinking of this, everyone's eyes couldn't help but gather on the window seat of the moon-embracing pavilion, where Huangfu Wuji had a scholarly smile on his face. Of all the young elites of the moon-embracing pavilion, only this Huangfu Wuji could accomplish such a feat as he received so much attention. The smile on Huangfu Wuji's face became even wider. He enjoyed being looked up at by so many people. This sort of high and mighty feeling made him feel as if everything was under his control. He glanced at Mu Shui and said with a smile, "Miss Mu, do you plan on going up and giving it a try?" Mu Shui glanced at Huangfu Wuji and shook her head. She lightly said, "I thank your highness the second prince for his good intentions, but I don't need it. I think that your highness the second prince should be able to beat it 10 times. Hearing Mu Shui's words, Huangfu Wuji's smile became even more brilliant. He said, "Miss Mu, please watch carefully. Wuji will beat the morning bell and evening drum for you, and will also present you with a song." As he spoke, Huangfu Wuji slowly stood up, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. This time, the Burning Heaven Sect Saintess Mu Shui was present. No matter what, he had to perform well. What a hypocritical idiot! Just as Huangfu Wuji was about to jump onto the stage, a slightly mocking voice sounded out, causing the smile on Huangfu Wuji's face to freeze. Huangfu Wuji frowned and turned his head to stare at the youth carrying the azure coffin. He coldly said, "I dare you to say that again. Did I say anything about you? Why are you responding to me? Or are you admitting that you are a hypocritical idiot?" Chapter 655. Huangfu Wuji's gambling fight. At this moment, the atmosphere in the moon-embracing pavilion had become strange and quiet. Everyone stared at the confrontation between Huangfu Wuji and Zhuowen with strange eyes. Without a doubt, Zhuowen's words just now had been extremely bold and reckless. Although Zhuowen had the support of Lu Hantian, Huangfu Wuji had the entire imperial family and the Azure Emperor behind him. Moreover, Huangfu Wuji was in existence ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor Proclamation. Whether it was background or strength, Huangfu Wuji was far superior to Zhuowen. But Zhuowen was like a moth flying into a flame. In the eyes of many, this was an extremely stupid behavior. Pucci. Within the quiet moon-embracing pavilion, a clear and melodious laughter suddenly sounded out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Everyone's eyes turned to Huangfu Wuji, who was facing Mu Shui, who was covering her face with a veil and was actually laughing. Huangfu Wuji and Zhuowen, who were originally facing off against each other, were also attracted by this bird-like laughter. After discovering that the owner of this laughter was Mu Shui, the two of them had different expressions. Zhuowen revealed an astonished expression. He never thought that the saintess of the Burning Heavens sect, who had always been cold and aloof, would actually laugh because of his words. In contrast to Zhuowen's astonishment, Huangfu Wuji's complexion was as cold as the dead of winter. His mood was extremely bad. He had originally wanted to put on a good show in front of Mu Shui, but now, because of this little bastard in front of him, he had made a fool of himself. Zhuowen's laughter was like a knife, causing Huangfu Wuji's heart to be filled with a raging inferno. His hatred towards Zhuowen was like a torrential river, surging with waves. "You despicable little bastard. Do you really want to die?" Stepping forward, Huangfu Wuji's eyes coldly stared at Zhuowen. A terrifying aura erupted from him. He wished that he could cut this boy who didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth into 1,000 pieces. "Oh, you want to start a fight in the moon-embracing pavilion? As the second prince of the royal family, I can't believe that you would attack a nobody like me. I don't know if it's my honor, or if you're as lowly as I am, second prince?" Zhuowen raised his head, the corners of his lips curling up. He stared at Huangfu Wuji with a cold and fearless expression. Huangfu Wuji narrowed his eyes and immediately calmed down. Just as Zhuowen had said, if he really did anything to Zhuowen, then it really might damage his reputation. Moreover, that Lu Hantian cared a lot about this Zhuowen. Lu Hantian was a madman. If he were to make a move, the Lu Hantian would probably even dare to hit him. When that happened, his reputation would be ruined, and he would be even worse off than Flame Wing. However, Huangfu Wuji was extremely unwilling to let Zhuowen go like this. He narrowed his eyes and lightly said, "Humph, I don't want to fight with a lowly person like you. That will only dirty my hands." "Hee, you really are a hypocritical idiot," Zhuowen lightly said as he shook his head. Huangfu Wuji's pupil shrank. This boy in front of him had repeatedly provoked him. Now, his killing intent towards him had reached an extremely rich degree. If he didn't kill this boy, it would be difficult to quench the hatred in his heart. Whoosh! Huangfu Wuji coldly snorted. With a single step, he instantly leapt onto the center of the stage. His purple robes made him look handsome and confident. "His Highness the Second Prince has come down. With His Highness the Second Prince's strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to sound the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. It shouldn't be a problem. However, the most difficult part of the morning bell and evening drum should be to sound it 10 times and see if the music offered can resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Only by resonating will the morning bell and evening drum be consecrated successfully. Not only is His Highness the Second Prince's cultivation exquisite, but he is also proficient in the 4 arts, literature, martial arts, and poetry. I think he should be able to create a song that resonates with the morning bell and evening drum." Huangfu Wuji's arrival was like a fuse, causing a frenzy of excitement. Everyone's eyes blazed as they stared at Huangfu Wuji. This was an existence that ranked in the top 10 of the Blue Emperor decree. It shouldn't be a problem for him to sound it 10 times. Standing at the edge of the stage, the beautiful Moyan Wushang held a pipa in his hand. He stared at the high-spirited Huangfu Wuji in the center of the stage, a trace of anticipation flashing in his eyes. It had to be known that in order to successfully consecrate the morning bell and evening drum, strength alone was not enough. One also needed an unparalleled talent. Only by creating a heaven-shaking song and a formidable strength would one be able to awaken the soul within the drum and completely consecrate it. Within the imperial city, Huangfu Wuji had the reputation of being a master of both the pen and the sword. In truth, Moyan Wushang was also looking forward to Huangfu Wuji successfully consecrating the morning bell and evening drum. Stopping in front of the drum, Huangfu Wuji turned around and faced the direction of the moon-embracing pavilion. He loudly said, "Zhuowen, do you dare to come down and make a bet with me?" A terrifying sound wave burst out from Huangfu Wuji's mouth like a rolling thunder, echoing in the air above the stage. "Who is this Zhuowen?" He actually made the second prince call him by name to come down and make a bet with him. Isn't this name strange? How come I've never heard of him before? He should be some nameless person. Nameless person? How could a nameless person make the second prince call him by name? After Huangfu Wuji shouted out these words, the surrounding crowd was stunned. Soon after, their gazes gathered on the moon-embracing pavilion. They really wanted to see just what kind of person this Zhuowen was. Within the moon-embracing pavilion, Zhuan narrowed his eyes. He didn't think that this Huangfu Wuji would actually call him by name to make a bet with him. It seemed that Huangfu Wuji's resentment towards him was quite deep. What? Weren't you very arrogant in the moon-embracing pavilion a moment ago? Why aren't you speaking now? Huangfu Wuji calmly stood where he was. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body moved without wind. His voice was like thunder. Zhuan, don't agree. Huangfu Wuji is one of the top 10 existences on the Azure Emperor Proclamation. His strength is even greater than Guosheng's. If you make a bet with him, you simply have no chance of winning. Lve Tao suddenly frowned. The other people in the audience also frowned. They all tried to persuade Zhuan not to agree to this bet. Wen Aoshua's expression was ice cold. Her white hair draped over her shoulders, and the corners of her mouth curved up in a mocking smile. She faintly said, "You reap what you sow. You don't even have the strength to be so arrogant. If you hadn't provoked the second prince, then this wouldn't have happened. Unfortunately, you brought this upon yourself. What does my sins have to do with you? Just who do you think you are? You can't even sound the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. What qualifications do you have to talk about me?" Zhuan turned his head and coldly glanced at Wen Aoshue. This woman had displayed an arrogant and condescending attitude from the very beginning. This had already caused Zhuan to feel extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Now that she had spoken such sarcastic words, Zhuan's disgust towards her had increased by several degrees. "You humph. You're just a coward. Although I can't sound the bell 10 times, I'm already extremely close. But what about you? How many times do you think you can sound the bell? I'm afraid that 5 times is already the limit. Now that the second prince has challenged you, you're actually acting like a coward. You don't dare to accept his challenge, but you still dare to clamor in front of me." Wen Aoshue coldly snorted. She stared at Zhuan with a cold gaze. The ridicule in her eyes was getting thicker and thicker. She concluded that Zhuan was a coward who only knew how to talk and not do anything. Coward? Zhuan coldly smiled. With a single step, he arrived at the window seat. His clear voice sounded out. "Why wouldn't I dare?" As he spoke, Zhuan's figure was like a leopard. He leapt through the air and gracefully stepped onto the stage. But the moment he stepped onto the stage, a cold voice suddenly sounded out in his mind. "Huangfu Wuji's strength has reached the peak of the ultimate 7-wheel emperor realm. His strength is unfathomable. You should be more careful." Hearing this, Zhuan couldn't help but be startled. How could he not know that this voice was transmitted to him by someone? Moreover, the owner of this sound transmission was Mu Shui, who was sitting at the window seat of the embracing moon pavilion. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the quiet Mu Shui in the pavilion. Their eyes met again, and for some unknown reason, Zhuan actually nodded his head naturally. He also transmitted his voice back. "Thank you. I know what I'm doing." Looking at the youth walking towards the stage, Mu Shui's veiled face actually revealed an undetectable curve. If the veil was removed, this girl's smile would be as brilliant as 100 flowers blooming. It would be able to turn the world upside down. This person is Zhuan? What an unfamiliar youth. This person is definitely not from the imperial capital. I'm afraid he's a genius from one of the other counties. But out of the 8 great counties, the only ones that can make His Highness the second prince mention by name should be the icebound counties Wen Aoshue and the Liefire county Sir Lai Yun. Just where did this person come from? Seeing Zhuan appear, the surrounding people all revealed looks of confusion. They had never seen this strange youth with a blue coffin on his back before. "I thought that you wouldn't dare to accept my challenge. But now it seems that you do have some guts. You actually accepted my challenge." Huangfu Wuji's eyes were cold, and a cruel smile appeared on his face. He was extremely confident in his own strength and talent. This common-looking boy in front of him would lose without a doubt. "Speak. What kind of bet?" Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at the sneering Huangfu Wuji. "Very simple. Let's see who can strike the morning bell and evening drum the most times. The loser will kneel on the ground, kowtow to the victor 3 times, and then cripple their own cultivation. How about it?" Huangfu Wuji's lips curved into a sneer as he spoke. Hearing this, Zhuan's pupils shrank. This Huangfu Wuji was truly ruthless. The loser would not only have to kowtow 3 times, but they would also have to cripple their own cultivation. Without a doubt, the loser would lose all face and become a complete piece of trash. What? Are you afraid? If you are, then you only need to kowtow to me 3 times. You don't need to cripple your own cultivation. Then, I can let you go. Hee, what do you think? Huangfu Wuji sinisterly smiled. Idiot. 3 kowtows? You've really lost your mind. I, Zhuowen, accept this bet. Zhuowen shook his head and indifferently said, Your courage is commendable. You've already reached this point, and yet you're still so stubborn. But I want to see just how long you can remain stubborn. Chapter 656. Loud song dong dong dong. 3 consecutive rings of the bell suddenly sounded out on the stage. Huangfu Wuji's expression was calm. The overlapping, rebounding force of the 3 rings had no effect on him at all. His long hair danced in the wind, and his clothes fluttered. Huangfu Wuji's eyes were like the starry sky. He took a step forward, clenched his right fist, and smashed it against the morning bell and evening drum once more. Dong 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 dong. 4 consecutive rings sounded out. Huangfu Wuji was still as steady as Mount Tai. He took another step forward, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. A terrifying aura rose to the extreme, forming a dragon-shaped aura behind him. Dong dong. 2 more thunderous drum beats sounded out, shaking the heavens and earth, echoing through the skies. Huangfu Wuji had easily sounded the 8th and 9th drum beats. What a terrifying strength! He is truly worthy of being called one of the most outstanding geniuses of the royal family. After sounding the 8th and 9th rings, he still hasn't shown any signs of retreating. His strength is truly terrifying. Now it's time for the 10th ring. The surrounding audience was in an uproar. Their eyes were locked onto Huangfu Wuji's body. Everyone was waiting for Huangfu Wuji to sound the 10th ring. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed. This Huangfu Wuji was truly worthy of being one of the top 10 existences on the Blue Imperial Decree. His strength had surpassed his expectations. Just the strength that he had displayed now was enough to move Zhuowen. Zhuowen knew that with his current strength, if he were to fight Huangfu Wuji face to face, he would undoubtedly lose. Humph! The 10th ring, break for me. Huangfu Wuji coldly snorted. He stepped forwards once more, his right hand curled into a fist and smashed into the drum. Suddenly, an extremely terrifying pressure that shook the heavens and earth erupted from the morning bell and evening drum, gushing out. What a horrifying pressure! The 10th ring of the morning bell and evening drum is actually so terrifying. Isn't this just too amazing? As this pressure appeared, some of the weaker martial artists were forced back again and again. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were filled with panic. Huangfu Wuji frowned. At this moment, the pressure that was being transmitted from the drum had already reached an extremely terrifying degree. This pressure was like a mountain or a sea, capable of toppling mountains and overturning seas. But under this pressure, his fist was like a clay ox sinking into the sea. For a moment, he froze on the spot. This pressure can't stop me, Huangfu Wuji coldly shouted. Behind him, the massive dragon-shaped aura field suddenly sank down, fusing into Huangfu Wuji's fist light. Suddenly, countless streams of air began to surge, as if they were in the shape of a dragon. At this moment, Huangfu Wuji's fist light had reached an unprecedented level of blazing heat. Rumble. Under the support of the dragon-shaped aura, the originally stagnant fist aura reached a terrifying level. It pierced through the sun with irresistible force. The fist aura was like the brightest star in the night sky. It broke through the pressure and finally bombarded the drum. Dong! The earth-shattering sound of the drums was amplified infinitely at this moment. Endless terrifying hurricanes formed around the morning bell and evening drum. Huangfu Wuji stood in the midst of the hurricanes, his eyes like stars and his aura like a rainbow. On the other hand, the morning bell and evening drum began to tremble and actually emitted a rare buzzing sound. When this buzzing sound rang out, it actually sounded a little sorrowful and sad, and even a little lonely. He is truly worthy of being the second prince. After the 10th strike, the morning bell and evening drum began to tremble. It seems that the second prince is not too far away from consecrating this drum. Everyone's eyes brightened as they stared at Huang Fuwuji. They knew that the most critical moment of the morning bell and evening drum's consecration was to resonate with the drum. Congratulations to your majesty, the second prince. After the 10th strike of the morning bell and evening drum, you're only a single step away from consecrating this drum. If the second prince can resonate with this drum and successfully consecrate it, then this little girl is willing to play the Bodhisattva barbarian for you. Moyan Wushang quietly stood at the edge of the stage. At this moment, her beautiful eyes shined with a strange light as she stared at Huang Fuwuji's figure. There was a trace of excitement in her eyes. To her, the morning bell and evening drum was extremely important. Once the drum was consecrated, it would be of enormous help to her. If Huang Fuwuji was able to consecrate it, then what was wrong with her playing the Bodhisattva barbarian for him? At this moment, in the center of the stage, around the drum, a terrifying hurricane swept up. In the center, Huang Fuwuji quietly stood there, high and mighty, as if he were a god. Haha, many thanks for Miss Wushang's praise. Then, I will sing a song with the drum as accompaniment. Huang Fuwuji laughed. His body was like a wild goose. Within the hurricane, it was as if he had entered an uninhabited land. He strolled in front of the drum, his clothes fluttering in the wind. Dong, dong, dong. With the sound of the drum, Huang Fuwuji's low and hoarse voice came out from his mouth. Boundless earth, the sun and moon rise and fall. Dong. The powerful sound of the drum accompanied Huang Fuwuji's loud song. On the stage, it formed a complex melody. Wearing armor, wearing the moon and shooting stars, a man's martial attire. Dong, dong. A single word, a single tremor. The impassioned song was accompanied by the resounding sound of the drum, shocking the hearts of everyone present. The hot-blooded youth should tread the world and establish 1,000 years of hegemony. Huang Fuwuji lifted his foot and stepped backwards. He bent over and punched out with the back of his fist, smashing it against the drum. The sound of the explosion continued without end. Under the heavens of chaos, one lord rises and falls. As Huang Fuwuji sang these words, he reared his head back and roared. Countless dragon-shaped auras formed around his body. He looked down upon the world with disdain, majestic and awe-inspiring. The sounds of the morning bell and evening drum also reached the peak, shaking the heavens. Boundless earth, the sun and moon rise and fall. Wearing armor, wearing the moon and shooting stars, a man's martial attire. The hot-blooded youth should tread the world and establish 1,000 years of hegemony. Under the heavens of chaos, one lord rises and falls. The surrounding people whispered to each other. As they looked at the center of the stage, they saw that high-spirited figure that looked down upon the world with disdain. Their blood began to boil. Using the lyrics to complement the song, using the song to complement the lyrics, the two combined to reach perfection. Huang Fuwuji's song actually caused the hearts of many people present to stir. Their eyes blazed and their hearts beat wildly. Good. It was unknown who it was, but someone shouted out loud. Suddenly, everyone began to cheer and cheer. His Highness the Second Prince is truly worthy of being called the Second Prince. His heart is filled with lofty aspirations, and his heart is filled with lofty ambitions. He can beat the war drum 10 times and advance with a song. He is truly a man. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, many people were also moved. When Ao Xue's icy-cold eyes flashed with a strange light, he couldn't help but open his mouth to praise Huang Fuwuji. As for Mu Xue, her face was covered by a veil. Her beautiful eyes were as indifferent as water. It was as if Huang Fuwuji's domineering song hadn't caused her to waver in the slightest. Or it could be said that she didn't care at all. Bang! On the stage, as Huang Fuwuji's song fell, countless hurricanes began to gather, gathering within the morning bell and evening drum. Immediately, the morning bell and evening drum began to violently tremble. Then, the rusty surface of the drum began to shine with a dazzling light. The morning bell and evening drum is about to be consecrated. Looking at the large drum that was radiating with light, everyone's eyes blazed as they stared at the light. Their hearts were filled with anticipation. The light was like a rising sun, constantly growing brighter and brighter. When this light reached its peak, it suddenly dimmed until there was no more life. The large drum returned to its rusty appearance. The originally high-spirited Huang Fu Wuji, with his hands clasped behind his back, saw the light of the large drum disappear. His expression froze, and his complexion stiffened. What happened? Did he fail? Looking at the morning bell and evening drum that had returned to its original state, the originally expectant crowd felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over them. Their bodies turned cold as they stared at the large drum in disbelief. Huang Fu Wuji's final song could be considered extremely outstanding. Even so, it wasn't able to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. What a pity! Your Highness the Second Prince. In the end, you were unable to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Let's call it a day. From now on, the morning bell and evening drum can only wait for a fated person to consecrate it. At the edge of the stage, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of disappointment. She hadn't thought that even Huang Fu Wuji would fail to consecrate the drum. Then, she feared that no one else in the moon-embracing pavilion would have the qualifications to consecrate the drum. Huang Fu Wuji frowned. However, he also knew that to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum, it wasn't as simple as strength. It also required luck and coincidence. It seems that Miss Wushang's Bodhisattva barbarian is not fated with Wuji. Huang Fu Wuji had an elegant demeanor. Although he had failed to consecrate the drum, he still maintained a scholarly smile on his face. He cupped his hands towards Moyan Wushang and then turned towards Zhuowen. He lightly said, "If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. Now, count out to me 3 times and then cripple your own cultivation. Then, I will be merciful and spare your dog life." Zhuowen's pupil shrank. He hadn't even begun to sound the morning bell and evening drum. This Huang Fu Wuji's tone was truly arrogant. He was actually so sure that he would lose. "I haven't even sounded the drum yet. What qualifications do you have to say that I lost? You can tell me, with which dog's eye did you see me lose?" Zhuowen quietly stood there, his clear eyes staring at Huang Fu Wuji without fear. His clear voice echoed around the stage. "Oh, after seeing my result, you still have the mentality that you can win?" Huang Fu Wuji looked at this youth as if he were an idiot. He simply couldn't understand what was going on. The result was already obvious. If Lin Ming wanted to win, the only way was to consecrate the morning bell and evening drum. This guy in front of him was nothing more than a nameless nobody. Did he still have the slightest bit of hope in his heart? "You don't want me to sound the drum? Are you afraid of losing?" Zhuowen sneered as he glanced at Huang Fu Wuji. "Humph! Since you like to waste your time, then I'll help you." Huang Fu Wuji coldly snorted and stepped to the side, making room for Zhuowen. His mouth was filled with a mocking sneer. Zhuowen completely ignored Huang Fu Wuji. He stepped forward and walked towards the giant drum in the center of the stage. After seeing His Highness the Second Prince's performance, this boy still dares to sound the drum. I really don't know where this boy's courage comes from. As they watched Zhuowen walk step by step towards the morning bell and evening drum, everyone looked at Zhuowen with a strange expression, as if they were looking at an idiot. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, when Aoshue's beautiful eyes were filled with ridicule, she sneered and said, "What an ignorant fellow. He actually dares to challenge His Highness the Second Prince. What a hopelessly stupid fellow." Chapter 657. Zhuowen makes a move. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed as she watched Zhuowen slowly walk towards her. She frowned. This boy's face was extremely unfamiliar. He was definitely not one of the geniuses of the Imperial City. Huang Fu Wuji was one of the most outstanding geniuses of the Imperial City. He was also one of the top 10 monstrous geniuses on the Green Emperor list. His literary skills, martial arts, and poetry were all top-notch. If such a genius couldn't successfully conjure the morning bell and evening drum, how could this unknown youth be so confident? Thinking of this, Moyan Wushang gently shook her head and said, "Young master, even Huangfu Wuji couldn't conjure the morning bell and evening drum, so I'm afraid it will be very difficult for you to succeed. After all, the rebound power of the morning bell and evening drum is not so simple. It's best to act according to your strength." Standing in front of the drum, Zhuowen tilted his head and stared at Moyan Wushang. He lightly said, "Miss Wushang, aren't you too confident? Huangfu Wuji couldn't conjure it, but that doesn't mean I can't either. After all, conjuring it doesn't depend entirely on strength, right?" Moyan Wushang was startled as she heard this. Her beautiful eyes looked up and down at this strangely shaped youth. Although this youth looked quite ordinary, his body exuded a confident temperament that had a unique attraction. Moyan Wushang nodded her head. Her footsteps staggered as she slowly retreated to the edge of the stage. Her beautiful eyes were curiously sizing up Zhuowen. She wanted to see where this young man's confidence came from. This boy really won't give up until he reaches the Yellow River. The result is already obvious. His Highness the Second Prince not only struck the morning bell and evening drum 10 times, but he also almost conjured the morning bell and evening drum. This is a record that almost no one here can break. I'm afraid this boy is afraid. After all, if he loses, he will have to bow 3 times and destroy his own cultivation. Such a serious consequence is not something an average person can accept. Even I wouldn't be willing to admit defeat. That's right. A dying struggle is not bad. This boy's aura is much weaker than the Second Prince's. It's already not bad for him to be able to strike the drum 7 times, let alone 10 times. The surrounding crowd shook their heads and sighed. Their gazes were fixed on Zhuowen, who was standing in front of the big drum at the center of the stage. Their eyes were filled with disdain and ridicule. Huangfu Wuji's performance just now had been too amazing. It was so amazing that everyone thought it was impossible for anyone to surpass Huangfu Wuji's record. Huangfu Wuji crossed his arms across his chest, calmly staring at Zhuowen. His lips were curved in a sneer. He didn't believe that this arrogant boy in front of him would be able to ring out 10 times. At this moment, Zhuowen stood silently. His bright eyes stared straight at the drum before him, and a trace of seriousness appeared on his face. Steady as Mount Tai and moving as fast as lightning, Zhuowen bent his waist and stamped his feet on the ground. Terrifying power gathered on his right fist from his whole body. A golden fist aura burst out and blasted on the drum like a hot knife through butter. Dong, dong, dong. 3 crisp sounds of the drum sounded out, and the sound waves spread out. 3 rebounding forces gushed out, acting on Zhuowen's body. Golden light covered his entire body. Zhuowen was like a golden Buddha statue. After using the nirvana of the great sun, his body had become as hard as iron and as hard as jade. The 3 rebounding forces came crashing down, but Zhuowen remained motionless, like an old tree that had taken root. Not bad to be able to block 3 rebounding forces at the same time. Huangfu Wuji's eyebrows jumped up, and he muttered to himself in surprise. Originally, in his opinion, Zhuowen was a nameless little pawn, someone who couldn't even withstand a single blow. But now, it seemed that he had misjudged him. However, 3 sounds of the drum didn't mean anything. The 3 drum sounds gradually faded away. Zhuowen's movements weren't slow. His feet suddenly moved, and the back of his fist borrowed the strength of his elbow to strike the drum. A terrifying aura flowed out. Dong, dong, dong. Another 3 drum sounds sounded out, distant and mighty. But Zhuowen seemed to have taken root in the ground. He remained motionless, as steady as a boulder. Zhuowen had easily achieved 6 sounds. Moreover, from the expression on his face, it seemed that he was quite relaxed. He hadn't even used all of his strength yet. As the surrounding people saw this, they began to stir. It seemed that this unknown youth in the blue coffin was not simple. After being startled for 6 times, he seemed to be able to deal with them with ease. Huang Fu Wuji narrowed his eyes, but he wasn't too worried. It was only 6 sounds. The difference between him and Zhuowen was still too great. In view of Zhuowen's current performance, he guessed that this child would only be able to last until the 8th. As Huang Fu Wuji was thinking this, Zhuowen moved again. The golden light of his fist was like a blazing sun as it swept out, smashing into the drum once more. Dong dong. 2 crisp drum sounds spread out. Around the morning bell and evening drum, waves of air spread out in layers. The rebounding forces of the 7th and 8th sounds were like Mount Tai crashing down on Zhuowen's body. Bang! Zhuowen felt his entire body tighten. His knees bent, and he almost fell to the ground from the pressure of these 2 terrifying rebounding forces. Luckily, Zhuowen was prepared. He displayed the nirvana of the great sun to the limit, and was able to block the crushing force of these 2 rebounding forces. The 8th sound this child has actually managed to sound it 8 times. I never thought that such an unknown youth would actually be able to sound it 8 times. Wouldn't such a record be equal to the number 1 genius of Muqin County, LVE Tao? When Zhuowen sounded it 8 times, the surrounding people all revealed looks of astonishment. It seemed that they had all underestimated this Zhuowen. To be able to sound the morning bell and evening drum 8 times, this child's talent could be considered quite good. In the moon-embracing pavilion, when Aoshue frowned, when Zhuowen sounded it 8 times, she was also a little surprised. It had to be known that she had only managed to sound it 9 times. This youth that she had never placed in her eyes had actually managed to sound it 8 times. The difference between them was only a single step. 8 times should be this child's limit. It's impossible for him to sound it 9 times. When Aoshue's eyes flickered as she spoke softly. At this moment, Zhuowen was not in a hurry to sound it 9 times. Instead, he stood quietly in front of the drum with his eyes lowered, as if he was waiting for something. The surrounding people's gazes were all gathered on Zhuowen. They wanted to see if this unknown youth could sound it 9 times. Dong! Finally, Zhuowen made his move. He fiercely slammed his fist onto the drum. As the drum sounded, a terrifying pressure crushed down like a mountain, completely covering the surface of Zhuowen's body. This caused Zhuowen's expression to change slightly. Nirvana of the great sun, Nirvana. With a loud shout, the golden light on Zhuowen's body exploded to the extreme. The golden light soared into the sky and pierced a huge crack in the void. From within the crack, a 1,000-foot-tall illusory figure stepped on boundless golden flames and rolled over. The hand that was like a small mountain stroked and directly resisted the terrifying pressure, blocking in front of Zhuowen. Oh, the golden giant roared loudly. Under the pressure, actually exploded into countless golden lights. However, after exploding into golden lights, the terrifying pressure was also offset by the golden giant. Puff! Zhuowen took 3 steps back, and a mouthful of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His face also became gloomy. The 9th sound of the morning bell and evening drum no longer produced a rebound force. Instead, it produced a terrifying pressure. This pressure was much more terrifying than the combined force of the previous 8 rebounding attacks. Even though Zhuowen had used Nirvana of the Great Sun, he was only barely able to block this terrifying pressure. Moreover, he had suffered slight internal injuries. No wonder when Aoshue could only stop at the 9th strike. It turns out that the last 2 strikes were actually pressure. Moreover, this pressure is actually so terrifying. If the pressure from the 9th strike is already so terrifying, then the 10th strike will only be even more terrifying. His eyes flickered and a trace of fear appeared on Zhuowen's face. The morning bell and evening drum were indeed terrifying. The 9th sound, this child actually made the 9th sound. Who is this child that he can actually make the 9th sound? When the 9th sound of the drum resounded, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief as they focused on Zhuowen's body. Before Zhuowen, the only ones who had been able to make the 9th sound were Aoshue and Huang Fuwuji. When Aoshue had made the 9th sound, and Huang Fuwuji had made the 10th sound, But now, there was another person who had made the ninth sound. That was this ordinary youth in front of them. Creak, when Aoshue clenched her fists. For the first time, her cold and indifferent face lost all color. She stared at Zhuo Wen on the stage, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. She had originally thought that only Huangfu Wuji and herself would be able to make it 9 times. But now, Zhuo Wen had actually managed to make it 9 times, tying with her record. Huangfu Wuji's face finally sank. Even he had not expected that Zhuo Wen, who he had never placed in his eyes, would actually be able to make the 9th sound. This was really beyond his expectations. It seems that I really did underestimate this child. No wonder that Lu Hantian cared so much about this child. This child is actually the #1 genius of Muqing County. His strength is much greater than that of Lu Yitao. However, this is where it ends. As Huangfu Wuji spoke to hear, the corners of his mouth curved up in a smile. When Zhuo Wen had blocked the 9th wave of pressure, he had been forced to do so. Huangfu Wuji had seen this with his own eyes. Perhaps this boy had already reached his limit. So what if he could make the 9th sound? This child was still a loser, and the fate of a loser was not good. As he thought of Zhuo Wen kneeling on the ground and kowtowing to him, Huangfu Wuji's lips curled up. Wasn't this child very arrogant before? Soon, he would know that offending him would not lead to a good ending. Zhuo Wen, you have already lost. Now is the time to fulfill the terms of the bet. Come and kowtow to me, and then destroy your own cultivation. Huangfu Wuji slowly walked towards Zhuo Wen, the corners of his mouth curled up in an arrogant smile. His eyes contained a sense of superiority, as if he were looking down on an ant, filled with disdain and arrogance. Which dog eye of yours saw that I lost? I haven't even made the 10th sound yet. Why do you seem like a resentful woman who can't wait? Zhuo Wen turned his head and coldly mocked. What did you say? Huangfu Wuji coldly said. You want to make the 10th sound? Hee. I advise you to act according to your strength. If you're not strong enough, then making the 10th sound will only cost you your life. You don't need to worry. Chapter 658. A pitiful situation occurred under the expectant gazes of the crowd. Zhuo Wen's fist was like a dazzling sun as it blasted towards the drum. It was like a hot knife through butter, its momentum like a rainbow. Bang! A sound like muffled thunder sounded out. With the drum as the center, a terrifying pressure spread out like a ring-shaped wave. This pressure was like the might of the heavens, crushing down on Zhuo Wen's body. It caused his knees to bend, and the fist that he had just punched out was like a clay ox entering the sea. Zhuo Wen, the pressure of the 10th strike of the morning bell and evening drum is 10 times more terrifying than the 9th strike. Just now, when you sounded the 9th strike, you had already suffered heavy internal injuries. Do you think that with your current strength, you can withstand the pressure of the 10th strike? At the edge of the stage, Huangfu Wuji crossed his arms, a trace of mockery appearing on his handsome face. His strength was far greater than Zhuo Wen's. Although he had withstood the pressure of the 10th strike, it had still been quite difficult. But this boy in front of him was much weaker than him. If he wanted to sound a morning bell and evening drum for the 10th time, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, like an ant trying to shake a tree. Ding, ding, ding. 3 steps. Under this pressure, Zhuo Wen was forced back 3 steps. At this moment, Zhuo Wen's breathing was ragged, his eyes were red, and beads of sweat the size of soybeans dripped down from his forehead. As Huangfu Wuji saw Zhuo Wen's reluctant appearance, the mocking smile on his face became even thicker. As for the surrounding onlookers, they all shook their heads and sighed. They knew that it was impossible for Zhuo Wen to sound the bell 10 times. 1 step back, then 1 step back. Demon-suppressing green coffin, open for me. A beast-like roar came out from Zhuo Wen's throat. Zhuo Wen's right hand gently patted the green coffin behind him. Creak! A strange sound sounded out. Zhuo Wen actually opened a crack in the green coffin. Suddenly, an earth-shaking pressure flowed out from the crack in the green coffin, stabilizing Zhuo Wen's retreating figure. Huangfu Wuji's eyes narrowed. He stared at the green coffin behind Zhuo Wen, a dignified expression on his face. He thought to himself, the coffin behind this boy is not simple. It can actually emit such a terrifying pressure. But with just this, he won't be able to sound the 10th strike. Huangfu Wuji hadn't even finished speaking when there was another creaking sound. Zhuo Wen had actually opened the lid of the blue coffin by a third. An even more terrifying pressure, with Zhuo Wen as the center, formed countless streams of air that floated upwards. It was like an upside-down waterfall, terrifying to the extreme. Ding, ding, ding. Another 3 steps. These 3 steps were not backward, but forward. Zhuo Wen arched his back, borrowing the pressure of the green coffin to throw out another punch. This punch seemed to have solidified. The explosive power of the 365 acupoints in his body was a desperate move. Dong! The melodious sound of the drum was accompanied by a ring-shaped sound wave. With the drum as the center, it spread out around the stage, shaking the heavens and shaking the earth. It had a different style to it. At this instant, the entire moon-embracing pavilion fell into a strange silence. No one spoke, and no one made any noise. Everyone tacitly cast their gazes towards the center of the stage, towards a young man who carried the green coffin on his back. The 10th strike. The 10th strike of the morning bell and evening drum had been sounded once again. Moreover, it was by an unknown youth. The strange silence did not last for too long. An uproar that could topple mountains and overturn seas erupted from the crowd like a thunderclap. Unbelievable! This boy actually managed to sound the drum 10 times. Doesn't that mean his record is tied with the second prince's? Both of them managed to sound the drum 10 times. Doesn't that mean their gambling match should be a draw? It should be. The second step of light blessing is extremely difficult. Although this boy can sound the drum 10 times, it is impossible for him to cause the drum to resonate. It should be a draw. Huangfu Wuji was stunned. He could no longer maintain the smile on his face. His mouth hung open as he stared at Zhuo Wen. He couldn't believe that this youth in front of him that he had never placed in his eyes had actually managed to sound the drum 10 times. In the moon-embracing pavilion, when Ao Xue's cold and pretty face was unable to maintain its calm any longer. Her beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Zhuo Wen's back, and her cherry lips slightly opened as she said in a low voice, "He's actually beaten the 10th time? Was it a fluke?" Because she had always doubted Zhuo Wen, when Ao Xue still couldn't believe that Zhuo Wen had relied on his own strength to sound the drum 10 times. Thus, she subconsciously believed that this boy had managed to sound the drum 10 times by luck. As for the people of Muqing County, their eyes shined with excitement. This Zhuo Wen in front of them was a genius of their Muqing County. As a part of Muqing County, they naturally felt a sense of belonging and glory in their hearts. Brother LV, when you told me that this boy was the strongest representative of your Muqing County, I didn't believe you. Now, it seems that I really was a petty person. Qiu Shaoyan bitterly smiled as he spoke to LV Tao with a complex expression. LV Tao's heart was also shaken. He knew that Zhuo Wen was strong, but he guessed that he was only on Ao Xue's level. But he never imagined that Zhuo Wen's record would surpass when Ao Xue's and tie with Huangfu Wuji's record. It was obvious that LV Tao had underestimated Zhuo Wen's potential and strength. What a freak. It seems that in this 9 counties war, our house of Marquis Qin will truly shine. After the initial shock, LV Tao revealed a gratified smile. With Zhuo Wen here, their Muqing County would be able to achieve unprecedented results in this 9 counties war. He was looking forward to this. He hasn't changed at all. Mu Xiue's peerless face that was covered by a veil revealed a faint smile. Her beautiful eyes stared at Zhuo Wen. Young Master Zhuo, congratulations on striking the morning bell and evening drum 10 times. You should know the second step. Sing your song. If you can resonate with the drum, then you will have succeeded in consecrating it. Moyan Wushang didn't have much hope, but at this moment, her beautiful eyes shined with a strange light. She didn't think that this youth in front of her would be able to strike the drum 10 times, catching up with Huangfu Wuji's record. Perhaps this person might be able to resonate with the morning bell and evening drum. Damn, this lowly commoner actually tied with the record. It seems that I can't deal with this boy. I can only wait for the 9 counties war to break his spirit. Huang Fu Wuji frowned. If Zhuowen also struck the drum 10 times, then the bet between them would be a draw. Naturally, there was no meaning to it. Of course, Huang Fu Wuji didn't believe that Zhuowen would be able to successfully consecrate the drum. Even he wasn't able to resonate with the drum. So how could this boy in front of him possibly accomplish such a feat? At this moment, Zhuowen's eyes were focused on the drum. After striking the drum 10 times, the surface of the drum no longer resisted him, but rather accepted him. Therefore, Zhuowen didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. However, Zhuowen didn't compose a song right away, and he instead lightly stroked the rusty drum before him. The mottled body of the drum and the dried bloodstains on the drum's surface revealed that this drum had experienced the vicissitudes of life and was extraordinary. After striking the drum 10 times, Zhuowen could clearly hear a trace of sorrow from the melodious sound of the drum, as well as a trace of regret. Once upon a time, this was the war drum that sounded out on the battlefield. This was the weapon that inspired the soldiers in the barracks. This drum was supposed to be used on the battlefield to praise the tenderness of iron and blood. It was supposed to mourn the mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was supposed to lament the death of those who died on the battlefield. But now, it was buried in a place like the drunken spring pavilion. You're not willing? As he stroked the surface of the drum and felt the fluctuations coming from it, Zhuowen's heart began to ripple. In this impetuous world where the strong preyed on the weak and the weak were eliminated, Zhuowen was even more unwilling. While drunk, I see the sword under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn in the barracks. A faint voice slowly sounded out from Zhuowen's mouth, and at this moment, Zhuowen moved. The back of his fist suddenly smashed onto the surface of the drum, and numerous notes of regret and unwillingness resounded out. 800 miles under my command, 50 bowstrings overturning the Great Wall. At this moment, Zhuowen began to unconsciously dance. His unruly figure was like a wild goose spreading its wings, dancing on the stage to his heart's content. At some point, a long-boned spear had appeared in his hand. It flickered with a cold light, and the light of the spear was awe-inspiring. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of the drum accompanied the song, setting off the dance of the spear. At this moment, everyone seemed to have merged into the artistic conception of Zhuowen's song. In their minds, they seemed to be able to imagine that in the dead of night, a brave warrior in a drunken stupor would light up the lantern again and again. He would carefully examine the treasured sword that had accompanied him for many years, longing to enter the battlefield and lead the army on an expedition to the north. In his daze, he felt that the sky had already dawned, and the continuous sound of the bugle horn resounded throughout the barracks. He rewarded the soldiers with large pieces of roast beef for them to share. The military band played a loud and intense battle song to add to the atmosphere. On the battlefield where the autumn wind whistled, he inspected the various troops and horses, preparing to set out. On the battlefield, the soldiers of autumn are pointed. The horses are swift, the bows are like thunder, the strings are frightening. They have accomplished the affairs of the world, and have won fame in life and in death. Another impassioned song rang out. At this moment, the artistic conception changed again. It was as if they had arrived on the battlefield. The soldiers were galloping on their horses, as swift as the wind and as fast as lightning. They drew their bows and released tens of thousands of arrows at the same time, sounding like thunder. It was soul-stirring. The enemy had collapsed and had completely failed. He had led the soldiers to finally complete the great task of recovering the lost land and unifying the empire. He had won fame in life and in death. Along with this impassioned song, everyone's emotions were stirred up. This kind of imposing aura of a powerful army and a ferocious tiger caused many people's hearts to surge violently, unable to calm down for a long time. Pitiful for nothing. When the song reached the end, the most impassioned and surging emotions finally fell. It turned out that the magnificent army, the ferocious battle, the glorious victory, and the eternal fame were all but a dream. A thick sense of regret and solemnity was vividly expressed in this last line. In the end, it was all a dream. What an unreconciled and regretful thing this was. When the surrounding people heard this last line, they were all immersed in it. They actually faintly sighed, their unwillingness and regret reaching the extreme. Dawn. Chapter 659. If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. While drunk, I look at the sword under the lamp. In my dreams, I blow the horn. 800 miles under my command. 50 bowstrings overturn the Great Wall. On the battlefield in autumn, the horses fly fast. The bow is like a thunderbolt. The string is frightening. Conquering the world's affairs, winning fame in life and death. Pity happens in vain. The surrounding people were still immersed in the artistic conception of this song. Everyone's heart was shocked by this song. The ambition at the beginning of the poem caused everyone's hearts to surge with passion and ambition. However, the phrase pitiful for nothing at the end expressed countless sorrow and regret, causing everyone to involuntarily sigh in their hearts. It could be said that they had mixed feelings in their hearts. Even Huang Fuwuji, after listening to this song, revealed a trace of deep thought on his handsome face. Without a doubt, he was also involuntarily immersed in the artistic conception of this song. On the edge of the stage, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes were rippling with extraordinary splendor. She couldn't see the slightest flaw in this song. Everything was so perfect, whether it was the exciting scene on the battlefield or the final sigh of not being able to fight. Everything was so reasonable. Boom! An extremely frightening and dazzling light erupted from the surface of the morning bell and evening drum. This light became even more intense and dazzling. Numerous excited and surging drum sounds were continuously transmitted from the drum surface, as though they were expressing their excitement at this moment. When the light reached its peak, a pillar of light pierced through the sky and soared into the sky. At this moment, the enormous stage began to tremble violently before collapsing inch by inch. Moyan Wushang and Huang Fuwuji's faces slightly changed. They quickly used their movement techniques to leave the stage. On the stage, their faces were solemn. The pillar of light gradually disappeared, and the morning bell and evening drum slowly appeared in front of everyone. On the surface of the drum, the rusty marks had completely disappeared. At this moment, it was as smooth as jade, and its sharpness was threatening. At this moment, Zhuan's feet stepped on the void, and he also left the stage. Looking up at the huge drum that was suspended above the stage, Zhuan frowned. This morning bell and evening drum was not simple. A terrifying aura gushed out from the morning bell and evening drum. This aura was far beyond the level of an earthly soul treasure. Good heavens! The morning bell and evening drum were actually consecrated. Doesn't that mean that the second prince lost the bet between Zhuan and the second prince? Who the hell is this kid? Not only did he sound the morning bell and evening drum 10 times, he even consecrated it successfully. Sensing the powerful aura bursting out from the morning bell and evening drum, a commotion immediately broke out in the surroundings. A trace of shock appeared in everyone's eyes. No one had expected that the morning bell and evening drum would finally be consecrated. Moreover, the person who had successfully consecrated was the unknown Zhuan, who carried the green coffin on his back. At this moment, the atmosphere within the moon-embracing pavilion had also become incomparably silent. Everyone's gazes were blankly staring at the morning bell and evening drum that had been successfully consecrated. The consecration was successful. When Ao Xue's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were already filled with shock, she suddenly realized that she had actually severely underestimated that young man called Zhuan. At this moment, when Ao Xue couldn't help but recall LV Tao's words, the corner of her mouth revealed a trace of a bitter smile as she said, "So the strongest person in Muqin County isn't LV Tao, but this Zhuan." Mu Xue, who was sitting in the corner near the window, revealed a trace of a smile. Her beautiful eyes quietly stared at the glowing morning bell and evening drum, as well as the back that was illuminated by the light. Moyan Wushang's eyes contained a trace of joy. He gracefully bowed to Zhuan and said with a smile, "Young master, this time you have helped Wushang greatly. Tonight, Wushang will play the Bodhisattva barbarian for you. Moi and Wushang's words moved everyone around. They never thought that the one who would finally obtain this opportunity would be this unknown young man in front of them. Huang Fuwuji's face was gloomy. Today's limelight had been completely stolen by Zhuowen. He, who was used to being aloof, naturally felt extremely displeased. Then, many thanks for Miss Wushang's favor. The corner of his mouth rose as Zhuowen cupped his hands in thanks. The current him was actually quite eager to enter the mystic comprehending realm again. Tomorrow, he would enter the imperial city. At that time, the Battle of the Nine Counties would officially begin. His strength was still not enough. Young Master Zhua is too polite. This was originally Wushang's promise. Moi and Wushang smiled sweetly. With a wave of her jade-like hand, the large drum that was suspended in the air was stored in her spirit ring. The morning bell and evening drum was still in the process of being consecrated. It would take at least 4 hours for the consecration to complete. Now, only when the light on the surface of the drum had completely faded away and its original appearance could they know the rank of this drum spirit treasure. Moi and Wushang obviously didn't want others to know the rank of the morning bell and evening drum, so she stored it in her spirit ring in advance. Then, our honorable second prince, it's clear who the winner of the bet is, isn't it? Then, second prince, please fulfill the bet. Slowly turning around, Zhuowen's eyes focused on Huang Fuwuji, the corners of his mouth revealing a trace of ridicule. As Zhuowen spoke, everyone's eyes gathered on Huang Fuwuji. They were all curious as to what choice Huang Fuwuji would make. After all, this bet had been proposed by Huang Fuwuji himself. 3 bows and 9 kowtows, and also the destruction of one's own cultivation. Such a price was simply too great. This Huang Fuwuji was the dignified second prince of the imperial family. How could he possibly do such a humiliating thing? What? Is the dignified second prince someone who doesn't keep his word? Or is the bet that you proposed just a fart, not even worth a single cent? Zhuowen's voice grew louder and louder, like a thunderclap. It rolled through the entire moon-embracing pavilion, causing Huang Fuwuji's complexion to become extremely ugly. Who do you think you are? You dare to make His Highness the Second Prince kneel 3 times and 9 kowtows, and even destroy his own cultivation? You lowly commoner, you really have some guts. Senior Shadow appeared beside Zhuowen and shouted at him. Zhuowen shrugged and said indifferently, I wasn't the one who proposed the bet, and I wasn't the one who made the bet. It was our honorable second prince who said it in all sincerity and solemnity. So, the one who made the second prince kneel 3 times and 9 kowtows, and even destroy his own cultivation was not me, but your second prince. Huang Fuwuji narrowed his eyes and coldly said, The morning bell and evening drum's light opening depends on luck. It doesn't count at all. You and I have both rung it 10 times, so at most it could be considered a draw. If you're not convinced, then you can exchange moves with me. If you can withstand 3 moves from me, then I will kneel 3 times and kowtow 9 times, and even destroy my own cultivation. Withstand 3 moves from you? I never thought that His Highness the Second Prince would be so shameless and shameless. He clearly lost, and yet he still finds such a high-sounding reason. TSK, this is really an eye-opener for me. As Zhuowen spoke these words, the surrounding people all stared at Huang Fuwuji with strange gazes. Zhuowen's words were reasonable and fair. Whether it was the bet or the bet, it had all been decided by Huang Fuwuji. Now that he had lost, he actually wanted to go back on his word. This caused many people to start discussing amongst themselves. As Huang Fuwuji listened to the discussions of the surrounding people, his complexion became increasingly ugly. He coldly said, If I say it's a draw, then it's a draw. What qualifications do you have to refute me? If you can withstand 3 moves from me, then I will fulfill the bet. Do you think I'm an idiot like you? I clearly won. So why should I accept such an unreasonable request from you? Zhuowen's eyes became increasingly cold as he coldly said, This Huang Fuwuji really thought too highly of himself. He had clearly lost the bet, and yet he still dared to so confidently break the bet. His skin could not be described as thick. Hee. Since you don't accept these conditions, then you don't have the qualifications to make me fulfill the bet. In my opinion, the morning bell and evening drum's light opening is far too lucky. This simply doesn't prove anything. Huangfu Wuji said, someone is so shameless that they have reached the level of you. Do you think that everything you say is natural? Zhuowen's complexion darkened as he angrily said. There were also many people around that began to point at Huangfu Wuji. After all, he was the one who had proposed the bet to Zhuowen from the very start. Now that he had lost, he actually dared to deny it. This was truly shameless. I think you're just looking to die. You actually dare to insult His Highness the Second Prince. Die for this old man. Senior Shadow's eyes were as gloomy as water. With a single step, his entire body melted into the ground like a shadow. In an instant, he had arrived behind Zhuowen. His withered branch-like claws swept towards the back of Zhuowen's head. Bang! As Senior Shadow's claws reached the back of Zhuowen's head, they were caught by a dirty hand. At some unknown time, Lu Hantian had appeared behind Zhuowen. Senior Shadow's complexion changed. At this moment, his claws seemed as if they had been locked by iron. He couldn't move at all. You dare to move against Zhuowen? I think you're just looking to die. Get out of my way. Lu Hantian coldly shouted. Senior Shadow was sent flying backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood as he crashed into the ground at Huangfu Wuji's feet. Lu Hantian, do you really want to oppose our royal family? Although you are an Empyrean powerhouse, our royal family is not something that an Empyrean powerhouse can afford to offend. Huangfu Wuji coldly said, you think too highly of yourself. This was clearly a fair bet, but you actually broke the agreement and even planned to attack Zhuowen. A scum like you has completely lost the face of the royal family. Since you don't want to fulfill the terms of the bet, then let this father help you. Lu Hantian coldly smiled. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a terrifying strength burst forth. Huangfu Wuji's complexion changed, and he involuntarily fell to his knees, bowing towards Zhuowen from afar. Lu Hantian, you actually dare to treat me like this? You got guts. Huangfu Wuji spat out a mouthful of blood, his face filled with shock and anger. He didn't think that Lu Hantian would be so crazy as to force him to do such a thing. When did this father force you? I only want you to fulfill the terms of the bet. Hee. Lu Hantian lightly smiled. Hearing Lu Hantian's laughter, everyone felt their backs go numb. This Lu Hantian was far too unscrupulous. He actually dared to treat Huangfu Wuji in such a manner in the imperial city. This was the second prince of the royal family. Under the deliberate suppression of Lu Hantian's strength, Huangfu Wuji was forced about 3 times and kowtowed 9 times to Zhuowen. Huangfu Wuji was so angry that he fainted. After the 3 bows and 9 kowtows, I'll cripple your cultivation. Chapter 660. Bodhisattva, Barbarian Awoke. A clear dragon's roar soared into the skies. The imperial city's dragon Qi rushed out, instantly arriving above the intoxicated spring pavilion as a terrifying pressure poured down. Lu Hantian, who had been attacking, suddenly paled. Under this pressure, he was forced back again and again, a dignified expression on his face. Blue Emperor? Lu Hantian frowned. The dragon Qi circled several times in the air. Light burst forth, turning into a blue figure. The blue figure slowly walked forwards, blue energy lingering around him. This person had the appearance of a 40-year-old middle-aged man. His face was white and his eyes were like bright moons and stars. The blue energy lingering around him transformed into blue dragons. These blue dragons crawled beneath his feet, as if he were standing on 10,000 dragons, looking down upon the world with disdain, as if he were a god. This person was the number 1 powerhouse of the imperial city, the imperial city's guardian god, Blue Emperor. Blue Emperor flicked his sleeves, and the unconscious Huangfu Wuji was wrapped up in blue energy, floating beside Blue Emperor. Blue Emperor glanced at the unconscious Huangfu Wuji. Then his eyes shifted to Lu Hantian. He smiled and said, "You should be Lu Hantian, right? I never thought that after not seeing you for 100 years, your progress would be so quick. You've actually reached the peak of the Empyrean realm. As soon as Emperor Qing said this, countless people around revealed looks of shock. They all knew that Lu Hantian should be a cultivator of the heavenly venerate realm, but they did not expect him to be a supreme cultivator at the peak of the heavenly venerate realm. The peak of the Empyrean realm was only a single step away from the Emperor realm. Besides Emperor realm powerhouses, there was no one in the four great masters that could match him. Give me some face and let this matter rest. How about it? Blue Emperor stared at Lu Hantian and lightly said. Lu Hantian's gaze became extremely grave. Emperor Qing was a sovereign realm expert. He was no match for him. After thinking about it, Lu Hantian nodded and said straightforwardly, since Emperor Qing has said so, let's end this matter here. Your Muqing County is truly a place blessed with outstanding talents. 100 years ago, a strange genius like you appeared. Now, this Zhuowen has appeared. I'm afraid that your Muqing County will achieve a good result in this War of the Nine Counties. Emperor Qing smiled as he looked at Zhuo, one who was behind Lu Hantian. He then said, Don't worry, Zhuowen. Your Highness overpraises me. Zhuowen was only lucky. In terms of strength, he is not a match for the second prince. Lu Hantian faintly smiled. Emperor Qing nodded. With his strength, he could naturally see through Zhuowen's cultivation. He was only at the early stage of the extreme Emperor realm. Being able to smoothly open the morning bell and evening drum didn't prove that this boy was stronger than Huang Fuwuji. It only proved that this boy was lucky. Of course, if Zhuowen and Huang Fuwuji were to fight, then the loser would be Zhuowen. After all, Huang Fuwuji was a peak extreme Emperor realm powerhouse. He was an entire realm higher than Zhuowen. With Huang Fuwuji's talent, his true strength should have risen to another level. It wouldn't be a problem for him to compare with an extreme Emperor realm powerhouse. Even if Zhuowen used all of his cards, he still might not be a match for Huang Fuwuji. Lu Hantian, how about working under this emperor? This emperor can bestow upon you the title of Grand Tutor. That is an official position that is second only to one and above all. You will obtain endless respect and endless benefits. Emperor Qing stared at Lu Hantian, a trace of appreciation in his eyes. He was actually trying to recruit Lu Hantian. Grand Tutor? I never thought that your Highness Emperor Qing would actually want to bestow upon Lu Hantian the title of Grand Tutor. As Emperor Qing spoke, the surrounding crowd began to clamor. The status of Grand Tutor was extremely high. It was only lower than Emperor Qing's. Up until now, Emperor Qing had yet to bestow such a title upon anyone. Now, Emperor Qing had actually opened his mouth to bestow upon Lu Hantian the title of Grand Tutor. From this, one could see just how much importance Emperor Qing placed on Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian's eyes flashed. He smiled and said, Thank you for your Highness Emperor Qing's favor. This matter is of great importance and is not a small matter. I need to consider it carefully before I can give your Highness an answer. Lu Hantian did not reject directly. After all, Emperor Qing was a Tharch throughout history. He was supreme, and his imperial authority was inviolable. If Lu Hantian rejected him in front of everyone, it would obviously embarrass Emperor Qing. Hence, Lu Hantian naturally had to be tactful and give Emperor Qing enough face. Although Lu Hantian was arrogant and unruly, he was not a fool. Emperor Qing was much stronger than him. If he still dared to be so unbridled, he would simply be courting death. Seeing Lu Hantian's humble attitude, Emperor Qing nodded. He also knew that this Lu Hantian was probably unwilling to accept the title of Grand Tutor. He said indifferently, In that case, this emperor will give you time to consider. I hope that you can give this emperor a satisfactory answer when the time comes. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhuowen one last time. Emperor Qing did not stay any longer. He stepped into the void and turned back into a huge amount of dragon qi, returning to the imperial city. An expert of the emperor realm, Zhuowen's eyes were blazing as he looked at the Qing emperor's graceful figure. Reaching the martial monarch realm was the goal that every cultivator yearned for. After all, this was the supreme expert that looked down upon the entire Qing Xian Empire. Unfortunately, the Emperor realm was too difficult. Even the talented Lu Hantian was stuck at the last step and could not become an emperor. After Emperor Qing left, the quiet atmosphere became lively again. Everyone's eyes were filled with excitement. Although everyone knew that Emperor Qing existed in the imperial city, they had never seen him before. Young Master Zhua, follow Wushang to the inner room. Tonight, Wushang will fulfill his promise and play the Bodhisattva Barbarian for you. A melodious voice rang out. Moyan Wushang, who was holding a pipa, slowly walked over with a graceful bearing. He smiled sweetly at Zhuowen. Boy, your luck with women is not bad. Lu Hantian's face revealed a mischievous expression as he said with a mischievous smile. Zhuowen shrugged and said to Moyan Wushang, Then I'll have to trouble Miss Wushang. You're welcome. This time, young Master Zhua has helped Wushang a lot. The morning bell and evening drum is very important to Wushang. It's a pity that Wushang's talent is shallow and I can't resonate with it. Moyan Wushang smiled slightly. Her beautiful eyes gazed at Zhuowen. She said softly, I don't know the name of the song that young Master Zhua just performed. To be able to compose such a song, one must not only have talent, but also rich experience. I didn't expect young Master Zhua to have such rich experience at such a young age. Zhuowen was a little embarrassed by Moyan Wushang's praise. He didn't compose that song. It was a song from his previous life on Earth. It was called Breaking the Formation and was composed by the poet Xian Qiji of the Southern Song Dynasty. At that time, Zhuowen could feel that the morning bell and evening drum conveyed a trace of regret and unwillingness. This trace of emotion was similar to Xian Qiji's when he composed the song Breaking the Formation. Similarly, he wanted to return to the battlefield and enjoy the passion of war, the friendship of iron and blood, and the years of passion and brilliance. Only by sweating in battle could one live a useful life. Therefore, Zhuowen couldn't help but think of the song Breaking the Formation. Whether it was the emotion or the mood, it was very appropriate and suitable. This song is called Breaking the Formation. Zhuowen scratched his head and said with a smile, Breaking the Formation? That's a good name. Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed as she chuckled. Let's go. Young Master Zhua, follow Wushang to the inner room. Bodhisattva Barbarian might be of some help to you? Moyan Wushang said with a smile. I've long heard of the many magical aspects of Bodhisattva Barbarian. Today, I'll have a good look at it. After saying that, Zhuowen followed Moyan Wushang. Under the envious gazes of many people, they entered the curtain behind the stage. Above the moon-embracing pavilion, Qing Lian and Luo Xing furrowed their brows. Their expressions were slightly displeased. The two women already had a good impression of Zhuowen. Now that they saw Zhuowen alone with Moyan Wushang, such a talented and beautiful woman, they naturally felt uncomfortable. Even Muxue, who was sitting by the window, frowned slightly. However, she quickly regained her composure. Elder Qiu, let's go, Muxue said faintly. Then, she and the man with the ghost mask stepped onto the giant vermilion bird. The vermilion bird spread its wings and disappeared from the moon-embracing pavilion. Behind the stage, there was a rather elegant winding path. Moyan Wushang quietly walked in front, and Zhuowen quietly followed behind. The two of them did not say a word. After about half an incense stick's time, a rather elegant courtyard appeared in front of the two. The courtyard was surrounded by lush green jade bamboos. Hundreds of flowers were in full bloom, and birds were singing, and the fragrance of the flowers was fragrant. This is Wushang's residence in the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Young Master Zhua, follow Wushang in. Moyan Wushang introduced with a smile. He slowly walked into the courtyard, and Zhuowen followed closely behind. In the courtyard, the environment was extremely elegant. In the center, there was a pavilion with a stone table and a stone bench. On the stone table, there was a rectangular guzheng. Moyan Wushang leisurely walked into the pavilion and gently sat in front of the guzheng. Zhuowen did not enter the pavilion. Instead, he leaned against a rockery and gazed at Moyan Wushang with admiration. It had to be said that Moyen Wushang's temperament was extremely ethereal. He was like a fairy who did not eat the food of mortals. He was extremely indifferent and natural. This characteristic could be seen from the surrounding environment of his courtyard. Young Master Zhua, shall we play Bodhisattva Barbarian now? Moyen Wushang's slender jade hands gently placed on the guzheng. Her bright eyes carried a trace of a smile as she gazed at the unruly figure carrying a green coffin in front of her. Thank you for your trouble, Miss Wushang. Zhuan chuckled. His words were natural and harmonious. He did not know why, but when he was with the woman in front of him, he could not help but fall into a tranquil and ethereal state. This was a unique feeling that Moyen Wushang's unique temperament brought to him. The ethereal and quiet sound of the guzheng slowly rang out from the pavilion. It was like the sound of a mountain stream flowing into Zhuan's heart, causing Zhuan to involuntarily close his eyes. The small mountain overlapped, and the golden light was extinguished. The clouds on the temples were about to disappear. Too lazy to draw eyebrows. Heavy makeup came late. In front and back of the mirror, the faces of the flowers reflected each other. The new embroidered luo-luo, the pair of golden partridges. Chapter 661. Trash? Who? Like 100 flowers blooming, her slender hands gently strummed the guzheng. Beauty, music, courtyard, guzheng. These four artistic realms intertwined and complemented each other. Everything seemed so elegant. Dong! The faint music slowly faded. Moyen Wushang gently opened his eyes. His starry eyes focused on the figure on the rockery. At this moment, Zhuan was leaning against the rockery with his eyes slightly closed. He was enjoying the beautiful music in his ears. Unknowingly, he had fallen into a mysterious state. Boom! A thunderous sound suddenly burst out from Zhuan's body. With Zhuan as the center, a terrifying pressure rapidly rose up like an inverted waterfall. The rockery behind him was directly crushed into powder by this pressure. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. Countless clouds, thousands of miles high in the sky, were violently affected and dissipated. Mysterious, comprehending realm, a heavenly phenomenon. Just listening to it once can allow me to enter the mysterious, comprehending realm. Moyen Wushang's slender hands paused. Looking at the figure who had fallen into a mysterious state, a ripple of unease appeared in his beautiful eyes. The corners of Moyen Wushang's mouth curled up into a faint smile. His jade-like hands strummed the strings. The clear sound of the guzheng slowly rang out, like a waterfall flowing down. Time was like quicksand between one's fingers, gradually passing by. Accompanied by the unruly figure, accompanied by the melodious zither, accompanied by the beautiful figure sitting cross-legged, everything seemed so natural. The next day, when a cool breeze welcomed the rising sun, the sound of the guzheng in the courtyard came to an abrupt end. Zhuan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with a bright light. A surging aura flowed out from his body. Have I reached the middle stage of the 6 chakras Emperor realm? Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Zhuan revealed a joyful smile. Moyen Wushang's Bodhisattva Barbarian was indeed magical. He had entered the mysterious comprehending realm just by listening to one song. Originally, he would have needed at least a few months to reach the mid-stage of the ultimate 6-wheel Emperor realm. However, he had exceeded his expectations in just one night. Moreover, in the profound comprehending state, Zhuan's comprehension ability was extremely terrifying. His control over the spear intent had also become increasingly smooth. Although he had yet to break through to the peak, he was much stronger than before. If Zhuan were to once again use his spear intent against Grandmaster Yanhua's Black Flame Explosion, he was confident that he could block it. Miss Wushang, thank you so much. Zhuan hurriedly cupped his hands and smiled at the beautiful figure in the pavilion. Young Master Zhua, there's no need to be so courteous. This is what you deserve. Speaking of which, the morning bell and evening drum's blessing is extremely important to me. Wushang only played the Bodhisattva Barbarian solo. You can consider it as Wushang taking advantage of you. Moyan Wushang slowly stood up and nodded at Zhuowen. She smiled and said, "Young Master Zhua, today is the day you enter the Imperial City. Senior Luhan Tian was looking for you just now. However, seeing that you were not awake yet, he did not disturb you. He asked me to bring you a message to quickly go to the World Suppression Great Array." Hearing this, Zhuo nodded and said goodbye to Moyan Wushang. Then, he used his movement technique and left the courtyard, rushing towards the World Suppression Great Array. Looking at the departing figure, Moyan Wushang's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. She whispered softly, "This boy is indeed extraordinary. Perhaps sister's choice is right. However, this boy's cultivation is too low, and he has no background. It is really difficult for the two of them to be together." In the center of the Imperial City stood quietly like a giant dragon. In front of the Imperial City, the World Suppression Great Array was hundreds of miles wide. At this moment, a black mass of people had already gathered. Icebound County, Lihua County, Muqin County, Luyin County, Ganming County, Shijiang County, South Maple County, and Chuangui County. A total of more than 800 geniuses from the 8 counties had already gathered in the World Suppression Great Array. At the front of the Lihua County team, Flamewing's eyes were extremely gloomy. His gaze was focused on Lu Han Tian, who was in front of Muqin County. His face was filled with hatred. What happened yesterday at the Moon Pavilion was still vivid in his mind. To him, it was a humiliation. It was because of Lu Han Tian that Flamewing hated the entire Muqin County. Lai Yun, when the War of the 9 Counties begins, you know what to do, right? Flamewing said faintly. Young Master Lai Yun nodded, and the corners of his mouth curled up. He said, "Father, don't worry. This time, I will definitely wipe out all the geniuses in Muqin County." I did not expect Lu Han Tian to be able to escape from the Blood Demon's inheritance land. His strength has even reached the Heavenly Venerate realm. Muqin County's rise should be very fast. Flamewing's eyes flashed. "Father, don't worry. Lu Han Tian has also just escaped from the Blood Demon's inheritance land. Although Lu Han Tian is strong, Muqin County's strength is not strong. The strongest genius they have brought this time is Lu Yitao. He is not my match at all. As long as I wipe out all the geniuses in Muqin County in one fell swoop, Muqin County will definitely suffer a great loss. At that time, no matter how strong Lu Han Tian is, it will take a long time for him to recover." Young Master Lai Yun's lips curled up as he stared the Muqin County team not far away. His eyes were filled with disdain. In the previous War of the 9 Counties, Muqin County, which originally had a good ranking, was ranked second to last because of Lu Han Tian's absence. Moreover, Muqin County was almost completely wiped out by Lihua County and suffered a great loss. As a result, Muqin County's strength had plummeted since then. Whether it was in terms of peak strength or the quality of the geniuses under their command, they were far inferior to Lihua County. This was why young Master Lai Yun was so confident. Flamewing and young Master Lai Yun did not know that the morning bell and evening drum consecration had occurred in the moon-reaching pavilion last night. The two of them had been driven away by Lu Han Tian long ago. In addition, there had been too little time, so Zhuowen's fame had not spread yet. As a result, Flamewing and young Master Lai Yun did not know that the strongest person in Muqin County was not Lu Yitao, but Zhuowen. Within the Muqin County team, Lu Han Tian frowned slightly and muttered, "Why hasn't Zhuowen come yet? It's almost time to activate the World Guard Array. If he doesn't come soon, he'll miss it." Not only Lu Han Tian, but the geniuses in Muqin County's team also had a trace of uneasiness and impatience on their faces. Since Zhuowen's performance in the moon-reaching pavilion yesterday, these geniuses had been completely convinced of Zhuowen's strength. They all knew that Zhuowen's strength was extremely terrifying, far surpassing Lu Yitao's. In this battle of the 9 counties, he would definitely win glory for Muqin County. Now that Zhuowen's figure was still nowhere to be seen, they were naturally impatient. What a lecher. It seems that he doesn't want to participate in the Battle of the 9 Counties anymore after staying with Moyan Wushang. Luo Xing's beautiful eyes flashed slightly as she said with a hint of jealousy. Senior sister, you must have misunderstood Zhuowen. I believe that Zhuowen is not that kind of person. It should be that he has yet to awaken from the profound comprehension stage, so he's delayed. Qing Lian smiled bitterly. Ta-ta-ta. The sound of the earth trembling suddenly came from the surroundings, causing the people in the World Guard array to turn their heads and look over. On the road ahead, a group of armored soldiers riding on dragon horses rushed over with unparalleled power. The sound of hooves shook the heavens, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. It's the Imperial Guards. The people in the World Guard array looked over and immediately recognized this troop. Wasn't this the Imperial Guards that had welcomed them previously? In front of the group, the commander of the Imperial Guards, Li Jin, jumped down and looked at the people in the World Guard array with cold eyes. He said in a clear voice, "Everyone should be here, right? Since everyone is here, the World Guard array will be activated soon." Wait, a voice came from the World Guard array. The commander of the Imperial Guards was surprised. He turned around and looked at the source of the voice. When he saw that it was Lu Hantian who had spoken, the commander of the Imperial Guard's voice became gentler. He said lightly, "Is there anything else?" The commander of the Imperial Guards had heard a little about Lu Hantian. He was shocked that the sloppy old beggar in front of him was actually a hidden heavenly master, so his tone was not so tough. "Commander, can you wait for a moment? There is still one person in our group who has not arrived yet. I hope that you can make an exception." Lu Hantian said politely. When Li Jin heard this, a trace of hesitation appeared on his face. After all, Lu Hantian was a powerful Empyrean powerhouse, and he didn't want to offend him too much. He wanted to agree directly, but the world-suppressing Great Array couldn't be delayed, so he hesitated. "Humph, you want 800 US to wait for one person. When did Muqin County become so mighty? Moreover, the opening time of the World Guard array is fixed. How can it be changed for one person? Otherwise, where's the imperial prestige?" Flame Wing crossed its arms and sneered. It looked at Lu Hantian with a mocking gaze. "You've got guts, you son of a bitch. How dare you interrupt when your father is talking? Do you think that yesterday's punishment was not enough?" Lu Hantian's cold words made Flame Wing's face stiffen. It snorted and said, "Lu Hantian, don't be too arrogant. This is the World Guard array. You can't do whatever you want here." Lu Hantian did not bother to pay attention to Flame Wing. He stared at Li Jin and said, "Commander, can you make an exception? The opening time is not too long." Li Jin's eyes flickered. In the end, he shook his head and said indifferently, "The opening time of the World Guard array was set by His Highness Emperor Qing. I have no right to change it, so I can't delay it." Lu Hantian frowned when he heard that, but he did not flare up. Just as Li Jin said, the opening time was set by Emperor Qing. Since they could not make it, they were not qualified to participate in the Battle of the Nine Counties. Hee. Sure enough, the geniuses of Muqin County are all trash. There are actually people who don't dare to come. What a joke. Young Master Lai Yun sneered. "Who are you calling trash?" Suddenly, a voice came from outside the World Guard array. Young Master Lai Yun sneered without hesitation and said, "You trash." Chapter 662. Top 10 on the Green Emperor list. This clear and melodious voice slowly resounded. Shortly after, Lai Yun's gaze sank. His reply just now was undoubtedly admitting that he was trash. "Who is it?" Lai Yun coldly snorted as he looked towards the source of the voice. At the end of the road, a slender youth carrying a green coffin slowly walked over. "Zhuowen." Lu Hantian's eyes flickered as he immediately laughed heartily. A relaxed expression appeared on his face, while the rest of the group also let out a soft sigh of relief. "Zhuowen." Lai Yun's and Flame Wing's eyes darkened as they looked at the figure. They were very familiar with this kid. Yesterday at the Moon Embracing Pavilion, this kid did not know the immensity of heaven and earth and had insulted Flame Wing. So it's this damned little bastard. Lai Yun, when the Nine Counties Great War begins, will have the opportunity to torture this kid and then kill him. Flame Wing coldly said, "Father, don't worry. This kid will definitely die the most miserable death among the numerous geniuses in Muqin County." Lai Yun's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile. At the front of the group from Icebound County, Wen Xue's beautiful eyes stared at Zhuowen as ripples appeared in her eyes. Zhuowen's shocking performance at the moon-embracing pavilion yesterday was still constantly replaying in her mind. Under the numerous gazes, Zhuowen slowly arrived at the group from Muqin County. After exchanging a few words with Lve Tao and the rest, he stood in the group and silently waited for the boundary suppression array to open. Zhuowen's arrival did not cause the Imperial Guard Commander Li Jin to show the slightest expression. Li Jin loudly shouted, "Boundary suppression array, open now! Boundary suppression array, open!" Instantly, the huge number of Imperial Guards behind Li Jin spread out like a curtain of rain, forming a strange formation. A milky white light gushed out from the Imperial Guards and swept into the sky above the boundary suppressing formation. Rumble. The enormous world suppressing great array trembled violently. Soon after, a ray of light enveloped everyone. With a whoosh, they disappeared from the world suppressing great array. When Zhuowen and the others opened their eyes again, their surroundings had become extremely unfamiliar. They were surrounded by stone pillars that were so thick that it would take 3 people to wrap their arms around them. On the surface of the stone pillars, there was a huge dragon that was coiled around, looking extremely majestic. This was a huge square, paved with white marble. At the end of the square, there was a huge hall as huge as a dragon. This hall was the Azure Thearcha's imperial residence, the Golden Imperial Palace. Many people had already gathered on the steps in front of the throne room. The leader was the high-spirited Emperor Qing. Behind Emperor Qing was a group of youths with powerful auras. These youths should be the geniuses of the imperial family. Among them, there were 2 figures standing at the front. One of them wore a purple robe and had a scholarly smile on his face. This was the second prince, Huangfu Wuji. The other person was slightly older than Huangfu Wuji. He should be around 24 years old. This youth didn't have the slightest trace of a noble aura. His appearance was ordinary, and his temperament was ordinary. Compared to Huangfu Wuji, the difference was like the heavens and the earth. But even though this youth had an ordinary temperament, Huangfu Wuji's attitude towards him was extremely respectful and even a bit fearful. Huangfu Wuji's performance was naturally noticed by Zhuowen. Zhuowen frowned. This Huangfu Wuji seemed to be extremely afraid of this ordinary youth. Zhuowen, you must be careful of this person. This person is the imperial family's first prince, Huangfu Wudao. Don't judge him by his ordinary appearance. His strength is extremely terrifying. He is a monstrous genius that is ranked first on the Azure Imperial Proclamation. Moreover, it is said that his methods are extremely cruel. If someone were to exchange blows with him, even if it was just a simple exchange of pointers, they would either die or be severely injured. Beside him, Lve Tao seemed to notice Zhuowen's gaze and whispered to Zhuowen in a somewhat fearful tone. Huangfu Wudao had a notorious reputation within the imperial capital. There was no one who did not fear Huangfu Wudao. And the reason why Huangfu Wudao was so cruel and ruthless was because of his childhood experiences. It was said that when Huangfu Wudao was young, his talent was ordinary, and there was nothing special about his appearance. Thus, he was basically ignored by the imperial family. Moreover, he was ridiculed by everyone within the imperial capital as trash. He was humiliated and oppressed, and even narrowly escaped death. Originally, everyone thought that Huangfu Wudao would fall because of this. But no one thought that when Huangfu Wudao was 10 years old, his cultivation would suddenly advance by leaps and bounds. His cultivation would advance at a speed that left others speechless. In an instant, the former trash had become a genius that everyone looked up to. Because of this, Huangfu Wudao attracted the attention of the Azure Emperor and was once again given the status of first prince. Perhaps because of his unfortunate childhood experiences, Huangfu Wudao's personality had become extreme and cruel. As long as he attacked, his every move would be fatal, without the slightest mercy. When Huangfu Wudao regained his status, He sought out all those who had ridiculed him in the past and wiped them all out. His methods were extremely cruel, and it was from that moment that Huangfu Wudao's fame began. After listening to L.V. Yitao's story, Zhuan's eyes narrowed as he stared at Huangfu Wudao. He did not expect that in his childhood, Huangfu Wudao would also be treated as trash. His experience was quite similar to his own. However, the difference was that Huangfu Wudao's personality had already become twisted, while Zhuan's was not. What made Zhuan puzzled was that if Huangfu Wudao was originally a trash with ordinary talent, then how did his cultivation advance so quickly and even become the current #1 on the Azure Emperor list? This Huangfu Wudao probably has many secrets on him. As he stared fixedly at Huangfu Wudao's figure, Zhuan's gaze revealed a trace of seriousness. He knew that usually geniuses that suddenly rose to prominence like this usually possessed quite a great secret, just like Zhuan himself. Perhaps because he felt Zhuan's gaze, Huangfu Wudao's eyes slightly shifted and suddenly met with Zhuan's gaze. Soon after, Huangfu Wudao's mouth revealed a trace of a cruel smile, and an invisible force swept out like a bullet, rushing toward Zhuan's forehead. Feeling the incoming bullet, Zhuan's pupils shrank. This Huangfu Wudao's mentality was indeed abnormal. Just by looking at him, this person actually dared to attack him. Silently mobilizing the mental energy in his body, he formed an invisible mental energy barrier in front of him. When the bullet slammed into the mental energy barrier, it was like a stone falling into water, setting off waves of ripples. Oh, he actually blocked it. This kid is quite interesting. Second brother, is that boy the Zhuan you spoke of? Feeling the bullet he had condensed dissipate, Huangfu Wudao revealed a trace of a cruel smile as he spoke to Huangfu Wuji. This boy is nothing to fear. In terms of strength, this boy is simply not my match. If it weren't for the fact that this boy was lucky enough to compose a song that resonated with the morning bell and evening drum, then I would not have lost that bet. Thinking back to yesterday's embarrassing appearance, Huangfu Wuji's eyes darkened. He coldly stared at Zhuan's figure below, his voice indifferent. His strength is indeed a bit weak. To us, he is just a small character. Our goal this time is the entrance exam of the Divine Academy. If you want to obtain the qualifications to enter the Divine Academy, then you must enter the top 5 of the Azure Emperor Proclamation. Huangfu Wudao lightly said, His Highness Azure Emperor has taught me for a long time. This time, entering the top 5 of the Azure Emperor Proclamation shouldn't be a problem. Huangfu Wuji lightly smiled. It would be best if you could enter the top 5. Out of the 5 spots, if 2 of our royal family can appear, then we can demonstrate the majesty of our royal family. Huangfu Wudao nodded. In front of the throne room, besides the geniuses of the royal family led by the Azure Emperor, the 5 great families of the imperial city also led their own geniuses. They had already lined up on the steps. The Grand family's Grand Lily, the Zhu family's Zhu Bai, the Murong family's Murong Zhan, the Feng family's Feng Yong, and the Chao family's Chao Yan. These 5 were the most outstanding geniuses of the 5 great families. They all stood at the front of their respective teams, high-spirited and vigorous. These 5 people were also existences in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor Proclamation. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and each of them was a monstrous genius. Zhuan especially glanced at the Grand Lily in front of the Grand family. This Grand Lily's appearance was indeed beautiful, but it was a pity that her aloof attitude destroyed her overall beauty. Perhaps because she noticed Zhuan's gaze, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes slightly turned. When she noticed Zhuan, the corners of her mouth revealed a trace of a smile. She casually turned her head. She had recognized Zhuan, but she didn't care too much about him. After knowing that Zhuan's body had a waste armor spirit, Grand Lily no longer placed Zhuan in her eyes. This was because the gap between her and Zhuan would only grow larger as time passed. Besides the royal family and the 5 great families, there was a team standing on the other side of the Azure Emperor that attracted Zhuan's attention. Everyone in this team wore green robes, and the back of their robes had an azure dragon pattern. Moreover, standing at the front of this team was a middle-aged man in green robes. Zhuowen recognized this person. Wasn't he Aoki, who had descended upon Rattan Armor City and fought with Ba Shui? At that time, Aoki had fought for a part of the holy ice-fire symbol on Ba Shui's body. Unfortunately, he was tricked by Ba Shui and returned in defeat. As a result, Zhuowen took advantage of the situation and obtained a part of the holy ice-fire symbol's origin. At that time, Aoki had once said that he was the palace master of the Azure Dragon sub-palace of the imperial capital. In that case, the team behind Aoki should be the geniuses of the Azure Dragon sub-palace. There was also a young man standing beside Aoki. However, this young man was wearing an Azure Dragon mask, and it was impossible to see his true appearance. This person was the #1 genius of the Azure Dragon sub-palace, Qingyan. Qingyan was extremely mysterious, and his strength was unfathomable. Although he was only ranked 5th on the Azure Emperor list, even Huang Fuwudao was somewhat afraid of Qingyan. This was because Qingyan had never used his full strength. If Qingyan used his full strength, his ranking on the Azure Emperor list would rise a lot, and he would be able to catch up with Huang Fuwudao. As for the last person in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor list, he was an acquaintance of Zhuowen. It was Guosheng, who carried a huge saber on his back. At this moment, Guosheng was standing obediently beside an old man with white hair, who also carried a huge saber on his back. The old man's eyes flickered like a lantern. Terrifying saber chi was faintly emitted from his surroundings. This saber chi was much more terrifying than Guosheng's. However, the old man's control was extremely terrifying. Even though the saber chi had penetrated Guosheng's body, it did not hurt him at all. Zhuowen knew that this old man should be Guosheng's master, Celestial Master Domineering Saber. He was also a Celestial Master who had comprehended the saber essence to the peak. Although he was not as strong as Lu Han Tian, he was actually not far behind. The top 10 geniuses on the Azure Emperor list were basically geniuses from the Imperial Capital Prefecture. This was a kind of mockery for the geniuses from the 8 great commanderies who had arrived in such a grandiose manner. Since the geniuses from the 8 great commanderies have arrived, the Battle of the 9 Counties is about to begin. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.